The views and events expressed here are totally whacked and are not necessarily the views of anyone.
Choose your destiny.
Dime qué tú quieres, papi. ¿Quieres que lo mueva para ti? Mueve, mueve. ¿Te gusta cuando me muevo así? Así.
Thank you, God, for this day we have lived, everything in our life, our health, our family, the guidance you have given us, allow us guidance to the path of righteousness. Amen.
Really, I'ma get that bitch. Revenge is a dish best served cold. She took my son, now my soul is cold. He took my daddy, now my soul is old. Yeah. Woke up.
Yeah, man.
That's hot shit right there, man.
So what we gonna do? We gonna dub?
King Chaka ENT. Y'all can check out the music on Spotify, Apple, and other services. Doing what we do 3 to 4 nights a week. King Chaka ENT.
I got this.
From the
She
back
starts
seat.
shooting.
That dude was like, ow.
What was that?
Outside the car,
That nigga
deputies'
got
body
popped.
cameras capturing the bullets flying through the air.
We got shots
It
fired
couldn't
up
have been
here.
a straight
We need
shot. It
back
had
up
to be-
immediately. Start
Are you-
EMS. Start EMS.
What
We got
the
a
fuck?
civilian. We got a civilian hit.
The deputy.
Looks like we got us another hit.
The setup just looks weird. Hey, how y'all doing out there? How y'all feel? Remember, an educated public cannot be controlled. Learn to be active. The views and events expressed here are totally whacked and are not necessarily the views of anyone. Self-medicated. That's the name of the show. Self-medicated. Now, people might think that I'm trying to go down the road of like some organic foods and herbs, but that's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about how our society is so like insane. It's so crazy that we have large amounts of us who, we self-medicate. The same kind of stuff, like the pharmaceutical industry is a part of it. Like it's so expensive to go to the doctor. It's so expensive to pay for these prescriptions, so you find other ways, to medicate yourself. Like I feel like a lot of us have mental health issues. We have anxiety, we have depression, we have over compulsive disorders, we have addictions, and so what we do is, we find ways to cope instead of doing it like the right way, as far as going to a doctor and maybe getting a proper script, or y'all figuring out what you can do about your diet or whatever, or maybe your lifestyle as far as your job, stuff like that, work-life balance. We don't have time for that. So we just medicate ourselves with, street drugs, alcohol, even the same pharmaceuticals that we would get from the script, but we get them from the street. It turns out to be cheaper. You don't have to do a doctor's visit. You don't have to get a referral. I don't know, man. It's crazy. I just, the idea of self-medication is something I kind of wanted to talk about today. You know, I think, I do it, you know, and I should go to the doctor for some things, and, but instead, because I'm afraid of that price tag, I find other ways to do it. And I think that, a large amount of our society is really unhealthy. We're unhealthy physically, we're unhealthy mentally, we're sick, you know and I also think that a big part of that is like it's not really our fault. The world that we live in, the way we live, working these jobs all the time, all about making money, all about paying bills, worried about this, that, and the other all the time, always worried, always in a hurry, always in a rush, you know way too much on our plate. One part of it is the families are the structure, like that's the basic part of society, or a country or whatever, is made up of a groups of families. So the family unit is the base of it, like the atom or whatever, the building block. So it's like the family. Okay, so a lot of single parent homes, you got a lot of situations where even with two parents, they're just making ends meet every month, you know with the price of everything, with this consumerism society that we live in. You have to keep buying stuff, you got to keep up with the Joneses. So the family unit is stressed out. We don't have the extended family like we used to have, the grandparents, the uncles and aunts to help watch the kids and help raise the kids and stuff. We don't have that support. And then we're supposed to do it all on our own. And then, so the thing is, money comes in because you have to pay for all of that, because you literally can't do all of that on your own. So that means you have to pay somebody to do it. And these people are strangers. These people, I mean, they're not your family. I mean, can you really trust them, really? And like, how do you feel? Because I felt bad whenever I had to drop my daughter when she was young, and I had to take her to daycare so that I could go to work. And sometimes I had to put her in some places where I paid for expensive ass daycare. But sometimes, like if it was late, those off hours type deals, the daycare isn't open. So you have to go to those 24-hour daycares. A lot of times they're shady places, and you don't feel like your child is safe there. Anything can happen. And you could see that the people that work there don't care about the kids. They're just collecting a check. So I'm just giving examples of like the pressures on the family, and the reason why we're stressed out and self-medicated. So then the kids all running around and they're acting crazy, and you just don't want to deal with it today. And you need something to take the edge off. Like the kids are screaming and running around, you just need something to take the edge off, so you self-medicate. But I think that what we should focus on is our lifestyle, right? How we live, the way our day-to-day works. Because if our day-to-day is flowing in a more of a balanced way, then we won't feel the need to self-medicate. And then on the other side of it, we have to think about our health first. Like we need to think about work-life balance first. Like we can't take care of our kids or take care of anybody if we're sick, if we're not well, if we're all messed up. So we got to make sure that our health is good so that we can do anything. So there goes the work-life balance, there goes to eating right, there goes to exercising, spending time outside, spending time outdoors with nature. you know that's where we'll find our health at, and that's where we'll find our sanity. A lot of people say that they go out on a hike, or they go out on a walk, or maybe they go into the woods, get lost in the woods, and then afterwards they feel better. It's a serenity, it's a I don't know, it's spiritual. It does something. And I remember when I was a kid, I used to go out there in the woods and get lost, and it was for fun, you know. Um, but as an adult, you're not supposed to do those things. Like all the things that you did as a child to to have fun or whatever. Totally healthy stuff. That's stuff that's not bad. Just running around. Uh, but as an adult, they tell you you're not supposed to do that. That's children's. That's for children. That's child stuff. You're an adult now. You're not supposed to behave that way. But I think that's another part of us leading us into insanity. You know, because that running around we did as a kid, getting lost in the woods. Whatever, walking in the park, just being outside, that stuff is what we do as humans, and that's what makes us healthy. So when we grow up and then they tell us we're not supposed to do this stuff, then there goes those depressions, there goes the OCD, there goes the chemical dependencies, you know, and now we got to self-medicate because we really want to go out there and run around with the kids, but people are going to say stuff, and then you got to deal with what they have to say, trying to make you feel bad or ostracize you or whatever. Same thing with the careers and stuff, like paying bills and doing all of that. Like, you're an adult, you're supposed to pay all these bills, you're supposed to have a house, you're supposed to have a car, you know you're supposed to have the internet, you're supposed to have furniture and all of this stuff, the latest appliances, the latest phone and all of this stuff. So, but all of that is pressure. Like, what if I don't want to do that? What if I want to do something else? You know, as long as my family is good, as long as they don't go without, then I don't think what society is deciding us to do, the pressure from society, I don't think it really matters. And then we're gonna have a healthier society when you have individuals, households, like different households who are living more free, who have more work-life balance. It's a healthier household. So the household is healthier. Now the whole country, the nation is healthier. What's up, dudes? What's up, Pat? How y'all
What's up?
feel?
What's up?
What up? What up?
Chilling,
I'm
chilling.
good, man.
What do y'all think about the self-medication? That's the name of the show.
Um, well, I haven't done that in so long that well, unless you include alcohol and
Alcohol is definitely it.
yeah. Well, I think to some extent it has become a necessity in most people's lives just to cope, coping mechanisms. Um, which to me is I've been getting further and further away from it because I mean, I used to love marijuana, but of course, because of my business, the dynamics of it, but I've gotten to the point to where I've tried, you know, to take a puff here and there. I can't handle it no more. So my tolerance is definitely like totally out of the window. Like but I know for most people, like without it, like who knows where this world would be. Like there might be more murders than you see now. There might be, more people in a institute.
Because people are
Uh,
suffering. They're going to jobs that they hate. You know, they live at a place they don't want to live every day. Every day they're suffering.
we're dealing with failures that, because I mean, a lot of people, you know, some people on the outside might look at them as, they're just failures. They just never do anything. But I mean, we have to really look at what this world has produced for people. We think that all of the technologies that we've created, using our creation, our creative minds to create, but it's also taking us away from things that we really need. Like I mean,
And we need
just
to create. We're natural creators, and I don't think most of us work jobs where we just do the same thing all day.
hmm
And there's no creative process. There's nothing. It's just a
well,
repetitive, mundane. activity that don't stimulate you in any way.
And I think that's true for all humans, but especially melanated people, because that's that is really at the core of who we are, what we are, like our
Creators.
ancestral. Yeah. So, and
We
that's
should be
even as far as even like having the freedom to have children. Like we've gotten to it so fearful how expensive it has become to have children that we just don't have children like we used to, or I think that we should be having.
we should be
But
creating shit left and right. And we mentioned it before in the show, but the show The Jetsons was set like now, present time. And but I think if we wasn't in the society that you know made us into factory workers, we go to school to learn to be a factory worker, and the bells ring, and the bell ring, you come, the bell ring, you leave, or whatever. It's lunchtime, time time to do this work. That's not human. I mean, that's not natural for us. And I think that if instead of that environment, it was a more of a freer environment where people could just create what they wanted to and work on what they wanted to, I think we'd have mad inventions. We'd probably be living like the Jetsons.
well, I don't think we're much far from it. I mean, I think all of that stuff is somewhat exaggerated because I mean, if you really think about it, we do have flying cars. If you want to talk about a helicopter, what I'm saying? Like it might not be the like everyday vehicle for everybody, but you know, we do. I think that we have not that we couldn't have something closer to that, but I just think that some things are maybe our imagination is might be too far, like because it's okay to dream, but some things is just not, just because you could do it doesn't mean that you should, and we should, like I think that we're far enough along right now that we should be satisfied because I mean otherwise, like I don't think people realize like with us having the fastest internet, what it does to us, to our bodies. 5G, a lot of us will be able to handle it, but at the same time, it drops the oxygen levels. It's already harder to breathe because of that, and these phones with Bluetooth, like I mean, all these different things that we have that's going on isn't necessarily the most beneficial to us. Like yeah, it makes what seems to be easier to some extent, but I believe that we overstress our bodies with just that alone. Because I mean, like I don't. Some people are noticing that they're tired more often or whatever. Well, it's not necessarily because you're doing more work. It's your body's just more stressed because of all of the elements, all of these different things that we've added to our day to day
Well,
life.
I think the simple fix for that is just turn the damn computer off and go outside and take a walk. But
Well,
I'm not satisfied, Pat. I'm not. I'm far from it. I'm extremely frustrated. I think that we should have plenty more stuff. And it's not like when I say the Jetsons, it's not about like specific things like the flying car or the house up in the sky. It's just further along having a more of a egalitarian type of society, having more of a more of a work life balance, having more of a uh, all of the technology should be working for the betterment of human society, of how we live, you know? And I just don't see that happening. You see how they firing everybody? We mentioned it a little bit. All these big companies firing everybody. They've been talking about automation forever. So, but because of the way our society set up with the corporations running the show with everything, and all they want to do is make money for their investors and do stock buybacks and shit. The they said our productivity has like doubled, tripled, like every year, forever, or whatever. I don't want to say it wrong, but the productivity of people of workers have grown ex exponentially
exponentially.
o-
Mhm.
over the last like 50 years or so, and the
Mhm.
wages haven't increased and our lives hasn't gotten better. There's another one. There's the 4-day work week. I talked about it a little bit, but that's been on my timeline a lot. These companies did a test on the 4-day work week, and it was like 8 out of 10 of the companies are going to stay with the 4-day work week. They like it better. They get more productivity out of their workers. It's a win-win. So that's what I'm
Yeah.
saying. It's a lot of that going on where
Well,
the things could be totally better. They're not, for whatever fucking reason. These damn
well,
cars we drive are the same damn cars they made when Ford first. The damn engine is the same. Come on. We
bro.
haven't improved that technology. Look how much the phones have changed in just a short amount of
Well,
time. Why
I'm
are we
not gonna
driving
say
the
that.
same engine?
No, I'm not gonna say that we haven't improved from the 1800s, the engine and like cars and this, that, and the other. But the what it sounds like to me is more so that we've created a problem for ourselves by perpetuating certain norms. Like we made things, when they come out with the newest shit, it's just like, okay, oh damn, I gotta participate in this so that I'm more stressed out because like not only do I need a new phone, oh maybe I should get one for my wife and my son, my child, like just trying to fit in with everybody. The Joneses mentality. It's just like we we we're producing, but we're allowing you know others to progress at a rate much higher than the actual input output that we're giving.
Totally
You know what
getting
I'm saying?
drained and sucked and
B-
totally
b-
being, like a
because we're
parasite is eating us.
yeah, I mean, and that's really like I think the biggest problem is that we are allowing parasites to manipulate the situation because shoot, not only do they get the everything that comes new, when it's available, but they get it effortlessly. You know what I'm saying?
And then
So
and then we're brainwashed on this work, 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 work all the time. Oh, 2 jobs ain't enough. Get a third job. Work, 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 and it's like that's what you're supposed to do, and that's what
gig,
you
yeah,
know.
yeah. I mean, yeah, that's and then the whole gig economy is coming about, and they're gonna punish you for that. Just because you are, you trying to, be a part of this, do and have and be and all this kind of stuff. You're gonna be punished. So I mean, honestly, I think that we all have to be somewhat smart about how we're making our moves because I mean, each one of us are responsible to the extent that we can't allow others, regardless of who you are. Because I mean, it usually at a point like this becomes the racial part, but this is humans all together. This is like, I see more white people that's just as stressed as black people. With
And,
all everything that's going on.
because the system is
The,
retarded. The anthropologists, they thought that the hunter gatherers, evolution of man, they were out
mhm.
there spending all of their time, a majority of their time, looking for food, preparing food, hunting for food, growing food, or whatever the hell. Like they spent their whole lives doing that. That's what they thought, and
But
That's what they taught us. That's what they taught us in school. But come to find out, that is all the way the opposite of the truth. They spent very little time um, searching for food. Very little time doing that, and the rest of the time they was chilling all day, every day. Okay, some days they may not have to look for food at all.
bro, if you really think about it, when we were more in contact with nature, we could actually go days without actually eating. You know what I'm saying? Like just like a lion. It might
I
be.
was a. It's
Th-
funny you say lion because that's what I was about to say. I was gonna say because I'm thinking about the lions and what do we know about lions? What do they do all day?
Fucking chill. They s- they are chilling. There's like, you know what? That gazelle over there looking mighty sexy. Come on, let's go rustle one.
Yeah, but they don't do that all the time. That's when
No,
most of the time, like, and they say male lions sleep all damn day. The female lions are the one to do most of the hunting anyways. But lions in general, they don't because they once they make a kill, they good for a while and they just
hmm
chill and and then now they got to make another kill and then they chill. They spend all day chilling is what they do. You go and watch the nature shows and you see them following the lions is chilling the whole time. Like literally just chilling.
yeah. Like you can walk by them, they'll be like, "Oh, that's a strange creature," Hmm. and let
But
you walk on by.
I brought them up
But you catch them on that
compare
wrong day.
to compare them to us because I think that's what we should be doing. I mean, we're gonna we're creators, so we're automatically gonna be creating things, but we should be spending
Well,
the majority of our time is leisure time. That's how it should
well,
be.
yeah, I think it should be
And
that.
not only that, even with our technology that we have, everything being all automated, why the hell? And I was
Well,
reading
bro,
about how they have these in the corporations, they have all these jobs that are like they're just jobs for job's sake. Like they don't really have they don't really do anything as far as like it's just to be in charge of somebody or whatever. Like they literally don't really do very much at all. Like the job is not necessary is basically what I'm trying to say. Like they could eliminate that position and it will make no difference in the way that the company is run. You get what I'm saying? So
well, because I mean, it's based on psychological. I'm sorry, but it's see, because it's more psychological than people realize. Because the more control, the more that they can stifle your ability to make things easier for yourself, keeps you in that perpetuation. It keeps you doing the same thing with less achievement, and like they give you just enough to make you satisfied, or but not enough to for you to be happy. And that's where that what they've created in most of these jobs. And it's like for us, like these people that are in those positions, you got to think they are living like the lion. It's they and being survival, having survival of the fittest. Of course, that has a lot of physical ideology to it, but it's mostly mental. If you are smart enough to be able to, because I mean, I don't think that you have to control everybody in order to be at the top of the food chain. What I'm saying? I don't think you have to hold everybody back in
but
order to
I don't think
well,
there's a necessary for that top of the food chain type of thing, anyways. Because as
well,
far as it's concerned, we're already on the top of the food chain. You know what I'm saying? As a species. So what I'm saying is like as humans, um, we should be chilling, and that's the whole point of technology, and that's the whole genius of us as a species. We're the best at like doing things the easiest ass way. You know what I'm saying? Basically, the laziest way of getting whatever done, we do it. We're
that's what
great
we do.
we're great at
Hmm
that. So that's the thing. So it's like our whole life, like everything we do is supposed to be well naturally in the world, like especially if you was out there in the wild, would be to make your life easier, make it safer, make sure your kids are good, and it flows like a machine. You have like it just rolls along. You get what I'm saying? It perpetuates itself once you set it up and get it going, you know
Well,
and
yeah,
that's and
exactly.
that's what it should be, but it's not. We're on a treadmill running, all day, every day. Me, you,
But see,
Deuce.
yeah, I get it. But see, in order for you to actually have that lifestyle, 'cause like the people who are in charge are not gonna. I mean, the way that they believe, the way that they see the world, is that in order for them to have what they have and to keep it the way they have it is to keep other people from having it, and the need for them to those people to always be striving to get to a point at least higher than where they are, not necessarily, like, because a lot of us don't care about being the biggest, the baddest, the strong, like all, like, most of us want to have, a good, be able to survive, is where we've gotten to. And I think that because we've become so comfortable with the way things have been over the last century or two, maybe last few centuries, we've gotten to depend on more people than ourselves. Like, and that's the biggest problem. Like, I mean, I love the way my government is set up because, like, it allows for you to control your own destiny more. Like, the autonomous government, like, yes, it's governed by laws, but it's common sense, follow nature laws, which the universe is already what we would have to do anyway, but it keeps us from depending on someone, because I mean, freedom ain't free, and you can sit back and allow somebody to give you the illusion of free, but free just means that you pretty much you work to take care of yourself. Like, you don't, instead of that whole cycle of you working to take care of yourself and the people you work for. You know what I'm saying? You're gonna do the work. You know what I'm saying? You got to do the work one way or another, but based on the how you get there is gonna be like, if somebody's providing you a way to work, you're providing for yourself, them, their children. Like, I mean, it's just a whole nother dynamic that I think that we really need to really consider, because it's not easier, you know, with the way that we've been looking at it. Like, it actually has made things worse for us. Like, we are not in a better position than our grandparents were. Most of us. Some
And
of us, some of us might.
and that's my whole point. In which direction are we going in? And like I said, it seems like it was better before we even had cities and all of this stuff. You
Yeah.
know, how long have we been going in the wrong direction? Damn.
The
But
land of
just
the
think
free
about it,
is
man.
for the freeloaders.
but no, see, but that's the thing. I mean, that's a catchy tune, but really, when it comes down to it, when freedom is never free, never. Like, that's something
It's
that you got to continually work for, because somebody at some point, when you get relaxed and you feel like, hey, everything is cool, somebody is devising a plan to overtake, to be in the power position.
Yeah,
but I think
but
what you're
it's
talking about.
gonna the roles are gonna have to reverse at some point in time, because humanity, the world won't survive with it being the way that it is, and
That's
they
what
know
I'm
No,
that
saying.
the
but
world is not gonna survive all of this going back and forth. But what we're talking, I mean, it makes sense everything that y'all saying, but at the end of the day, the world itself. I'm not talking about the
well,
Western world. I'm just saying the world
no,
itself will not survive, because at the end of the day, in order for this world to continue to thrive, it has to be a space where people are allowed to be free and create and
well,
just be free thinkers and not be enslaved by work, religion,
by another man.
every yeah, another man. So it's they know this. They
Yeah.
like the powers that be, the ones that are in charge, they know this. They know that like it
Let,
can't survive.
let me ask you this. Let me ask you this, because I mean, I think a lot of things in our, like, it's perception. Like I think that based on the way we see the world allows us to, strengthen ourselves. So I mean, do you really think Earth is like losing anything?
Well, when Deuce is saying the world, he talking about humans.
I get it, but that's what I mean. That's a part of my point because it's
I
us.
mean,
It.
humans, yeah, the Earth would actually be. I mean, the Earth would probably be a lot better if humans didn't exist with the way that we have
No,
destroyed the Earth and created
no.
all of these other
Well, I
things. I
mean,
mean,
potentially.
if you displace all humans off of Earth, the Earth would be back in a harmonious state.
Yep,
It's a scientific fact. Like it would be
Well,
back in. If you removed every human
balance.
being,
well,
dude, the balance of the Earth would be back, and that's a
I don't
don't
believe
like.
that. I don't believe that. And I'm gonna tell you why. Because for one, you know, we are a part of the universe. We're part of what makes Earth what it is. It's just that it's the imbalance of because like there's people who have different components, different ideologies that would make where everybody could be more harmonious than just a few. See, I think that there's some of us who are more live with more of a fair attitude than others. It's not as greedy. You know what I'm saying? Like there's an abundance, like there's enough for everybody, but only a few people get to really experience the magnitude of what this earth can actually provide for even 9 billion people. Maybe even could get up to 10 billion people, but because of the greed of the people that's in power, that's the reason why we see so much imbalance.
But
That's
that's
why.
you're making the example because we're not behaving within our
Well,
nature, and
I don't think.
that's where the imbalance comes from,
Well, see,
and
I
that
don't think that we're off from what we believe. I don't think not all three of us, I think, are in alignment. As far as what the core problems are. I just think that as far as like how we're describing it, what the way that we're able to explain, get to the core of that problem. I think we're have different angles, but overall, I do believe that we, you know, like what I'm saying, I know that y'all most likely believe it too. It's just y'all hadn't said it yet. That's all. You know what I'm saying? Like I I just that's the way I feel. But at overall, by us, I think, because we can't change anybody else. We have to change ourselves. And that's where everything else will actually make the change when we're giving the energy, the output to be more than what we've been. Not being afraid of, oh well, I'm gonna turn into that. No, you're going to offset the negativity and give more positive, which will give the balance that the world needs. That's the part that we can't be afraid of, is that, yes, I'm going to I'm come to step on toes. Like that's a part of my job so that the people that's coming after me, yeah, they might have to step on some toes too to keep everything in check. But I'm actually supposed to be a part of something greater, something that's gonna get us back into balance.
yeah, well,
And
that's
that's
what I
just,
try to do.
yeah.
You
I
know,
mean, that's true.
But
But
I
like,
think what you're doing, is great. I don't, like we all have a personal journey that we walk along with each other, but we all have different jobs, and maybe we could push and do more. I think, I have somewhat of a I procrastinate sometimes, but at the same time, I think that it's still within balance. You know, I, I don't think an overnight change of the world is gonna be the exact change that's necessary, because that might throw it off even more. You know what I'm saying? So the procrastination might be necessary from time to time, but you don't want to get too used to not, what I'm saying, just kind of be like, oh, I'm just gonna let it be. There's a lot of things that's going on right now that I wish I had more control over.
Yeah. But when you say that, can't help but to think of it's a line. How do they say? How does it go? Don't don't worry, nothing's in control, or you know, I'm saying it wrong, but you know, it, you know, one of the issues that we have as humans, I think, is trying to have too much control. Instead of riding the waves, as far as like feeling the vibe, flowing with the flow, and
Yeah,
I think we push against that when we want to have way too much control. It's like if you ever had a manager who micromanaged you or whatever, like your boss, they really just like was meticulous and like every little thing is like they're checking on it and shit. So, but that doesn't increase productivity. That doesn't help that person. It usually stress them out, make them make more mistakes, make them less
hmm,
productive. And
yeah,
you're less productive as a manager because you're spending all this time, you know, dealing with these little details like with one person. You know, it
I would I would agree,
it's
but
not.
I
Go ahead.
organized chaos. I think that we have to get to a point to where we're organizing the chaos to some extent. Because I mean, will we ever have it like? Will we singly do it? No, and I think that's where like everybody just doing their part each day brings these things closer every day. You know what I'm
Yes.
saying? That's the most we can do. I mean, we try to do everything all in one day. We're gonna cause a war and probably have people killed that don't need to be or shouldn't be. You know what I'm saying? Like, I just think that as long as our intentions are good and we continue to do things that's good for humanity, for the world, Earth itself, you know, trying to be in alignment with a lot with God and the universe, I think that that's where a lot of that really begins.
I
Yeah.
got this gift. You want to make a comment, Deuce? Because I'm gonna move on.
No, no, I was just yeah, yeah.
By the way, it's good to see you. Well, not see you, but to hear you, Deuce. It's been a minute, man.
Yeah.
Yeah, man. Yeah, it's been a while. Shit, well, there was a couple of weeks where I don't know. I thought I was out. I thought the show would be on, and I never got the message and stuff, or I don't know. And then
Well,
there's
this
a
Thanksgiving week.
Thanksgiving week, I only did like one show, and then I did one on Sunday morning.
yeah, yeah, man. But it's just, but yeah, man, it has been a while, bro. I missed the show. Been out here, kind of feel like I'm spinning my wheels right now, but hey, we getting it.
Oh
Yeah,
yeah.
already, man. What do y'all
Yeah.
think? Before I move on, did you heard about the railroad? The they attempted the railroad strike. I wonder because
I
the
thought
way
they
they're
got what they wanted.
yeah, no, not really, no. But I
Oh,
wonder with them streamlining the railroads, I wonder how does that affect the truckers? It's like, why would it be issues with getting loads? I don't know what I'm trying to say.
Why would there be issues with getting loads for truckers, if or for the
Related to
rail?
the train, because would you know, wouldn't them being not as efficient, benefit truckers?
Well, it probably would, but I mean, overall, it's not just to be to be just beneficial to one group. I think that as a whole, like for everybody, we have to be willing to give a little to receive a little. for everybody. And I think that that's a part of a conservative edge. Like I hear a lot of liberals speaking that, but I think that overall that you can become a lot more selfish by trying to demand or try to you know control that situation, just like we were just having the same conversation. Like sometimes we, because I mean especially me in my position, it would serve me more uh to be just to hell with any of that like liberalism or whatever, because financially it's benefiting me more to run conservative. But at the same time, I think about the people, my family, the ones who may not be in the same situation financially, that need the that that little cushion more than I do. So I mean, I think that because I mean, as much as I would love to see the truck sky, the money for trucking the skyrocket, which it should be like we've seen it where everybody, a lot of more people have been successful all at one time. But that's the whole thing. Like, we have people who are trying to stifle, who are actually trying to control things and to force things on people that is not necessary, especially at all at one time. And that's where we're really seeing the problem, is that we have people who are trying to that's being greedy and want to force people down a road that is better for them over time. And it's they're willing for you, me, and the next million, the couple 100 million people to suffer, so that that can happen. I don't think it's for the benefit of the people.
Let me I want to cover this story right here because it's been playing in the background for a while. It
Go ahead.
says, caught on tape, Daily Mail. A lawyer was caught on video pulling a gun on his ex-girlfriend at a Texas bar and allegedly fired 3 shots before customers pinned him down. Gavin Rush, 41, was then released just 2 days later on a $40,000 bond, despite facing a charge of aggravated assault with a deadly weapon involving family violence. Rush, who, according to his LinkedIn page, works on sexual assault, embryo destruction, and fertility center misconduct, complex, oh, sorry, complex commercial litigation, civil rights actions, FINRA arbitrations, and financial services. Disputes only had to post 10% of that, or 4,000. The low bond was set despite Rush having been previously charged in 2017 with assault family violence against a different woman, though the case was eventually dismissed. The incident took place around 11:30 a.m. Saturday, November 26, at the Anderson Mill pub in Austin. Rush's ex-girlfriend, who has not been identified, works at the bar, and he went there to confront her, as she was apparently not speaking to him.
That's close to home, man.
Yeah, so you could see the video. I don't know if you guys are driving, but the guys, like he was talking, it looks like the guys that were sitting next to him was already kind of on alert and looking for him to do something because they jumped on him real quickly. He got off a couple of shots though. It looked like he was finna try to kill his ex girlfriend right there at the bar.
Bro, I know that mental health is like a big deal these days, but I'm just like, bro, like, how off balance could a person be? Like, cause I mean, me going to the range, me seeing like how much power this little thing puts out, and you can, like, I mean, the damage that you can give with a gun, like, what really happened in this relationship that made him really just like, shit, he ready to like,
He's got to be crazy. He's got to be not mentally right because they said he, had problems with his ex. So he's not the person that you want to date, basically. You know what I'm saying? Like,
Yeah,
she probably didn't do nothing but realize he was
but
crazy and break up with him.
see, but that's the thing. Like I find that more people, because guys, women, like when you try to be the controlling factor, like when you think that what you say matters more than what the person, like, because I mean, I think that there has to be, you know, a barrier. Like it's like, okay, look, when certain things are not like looking the way you expect them to look, you gotta be willing to say, all right, you know what, we ain't meant to be together. Instead of trying to change somebody or trying to force a certain way on people, like, because that's to me, I feel like, and maybe I'm making an assumption, but you know he wants to have some control over this woman, her to do what she's saying, and he's upset that she's not. You know what I'm saying? Like,
Yeah. Let me read
it's
some comments. It says, sadly, next time he'll kill her. Another comment, it says, why are the DAs and judges still letting fools out so quick? So many have already gotten out and ended up killing someone. Shaking my head. Another comment, aggravated assault with a deadly weapon. Shaking my head. Undercharged. That's attempted murder, but it's their system. I agree. That's all the way attempted murder. I don't know how he didn't get attempted murder charge, and that's the same reason why his bond was so low because that soft ass charge that they giving him. I don't
hmm
know. Maybe they gave him the soft charge because it'll be harder to beat it to make sure that they get him. But it ain't gonna matter if he's running around in the streets and go. He probably looking for her right now. I hope she got a safe house.
but I mean, attempted murder is not gonna really make it any more difficult. I mean, he didn't kill her, and that's where it's gonna end up being like, especially if he gets a good lawyer, like, I mean, it wouldn't be no different from attempted manslaughter. Like they're just like
Yeah, well,
if
he's a
he
lawyer. That's what they were saying at the beginning. He's a lawyer. So that's probably another reason why he got that low bond. Because, like I say, freaking, how can you say that that's not attempted murder? Like he aimed the gun at her and let off shots. Like I think, and then you got it on video.
was, and for me, I'm like, my boss, like, I'm like, look, this dude is fucking nuts. Like, I mean, because to me, it's just like, okay, she had to have sensed it. Like, she know what the hell's going on between them two, and he just comes up there and sit. Even no matter how regular he might have been, it's like, look, I don't feel comfortable with this, with him sitting here the way he is. Like,
I'm
I need to
sure
get
that
this.
they had a conversation like that because she already was dodging the guy. So he he showed up at her work. This is where she works. He showed up at her job.
Well, and
So
and and of course, him being a lawyer, because I mean, a lot of times, like people think their jobs make you better than anybody. Like him being a lawyer, her being a waitress, she's scum compared to him. And if she's telling him, "I don't want anything to do with you," that right there alone probably pushed him to, it's like, how could you tell me, or how can you, like, I don't know, like, bro, like we got a bunch of dudes that's just really weak, what I'm saying, mentally weak. And like, I don't think that he should, people should really be looking at it that way, because that woman probably added way more to his life than and that's probably what he realized, that she did add more, and that's why he's angry that she's, even her being a waitress, that she's not, just kissing his ass.
I think he was just crazy. I think you have a lot of these people out here, and it don't even matter because, like I said earlier in the show, we got a sick ass society. So it don't even matter what her job was, or how good she was, or not
Well,
good to him, or whatever. She
well,
fucking broke up with him, left
I
him,
get
and
it.
this nigga like fuck that. Ain't
I
nobody
get
breaking
it.
up with me.
I get it. But I mean, we're talking about, I'm really just looking at it from on the micro macro level to where what's causing it, because that's really where
The
I think we need to look more at the
mental
bones.
health, and that's what I'm
Well,
talking about, mental health. And then I'm also talking about self-medicated, because that's the name of the show. So this is another way that people, because this guy needs medication. So but then we were talking about self-medicated. Another way to self-medicate yourself is by acting out in violent
well,
outbursts,
I mean, if you think
killing
about,
people.
well,
But
yeah,
I don't like to pull that mental health card with everything, bro.
well,
Too many
that's that.
people get off on bullshit like that, by saying, "Oh, it's mental health." Oh, you have to be
He
crazy to
knew
go
what he
in
was
there. No,
doing.
it's a
He has to be taken
premeditated.
advantage of. I mean, he has to be, held accountable.
He one
But
of
I'm,
them motherfuckers that just got angry because she broke up with his ass and probably dodging him or whatever, what have you, and felt like his shit don't stink, and probably one of them, if I can't have you,
Well,
won't nobody have you. You know
well,
what I'm saying? And
I'm
trying to be
saying,
but
controlling.
look,
You got a lot of men and women like that.
but dudes,
I'm saying
dudes,
that's a symptom of our crazy ass freaking
but
society that we live in.
Man, them
yes,
motherfuckers been
and
like
it
that since
is.
before that.
I know, but still, in all, like you got to realize, like it is mental, like it is a defect. Him had, because regardless of how you look at it, he has some mental issues, and because I mean, if he thinks that somebody doesn't have the right to say no, and that if they tell him no or whatever, whatever's happened, that he has the right to kill her because she's not doing what he thinks, that's a mental issue.
Fucking
But
crazy as fuck.
yeah, crazy as a Bessie bug. You know what I'm saying? As but
Hey, don't be talking about
but
Bessie.
well, her ass crazy too. But when we were talking at the angle of the self-medicating, because a lot of times it doesn't necessarily mean it has to be pharmaceuticals, because we let off different chemicals in our body with the right mindset. With like if we got somebody to help talk us down, can trigger a calmer because I mean that's really what's changed, like the chemical imbalances isn't always fixed by medicine. That's the part that I would like to say, like, because sometimes, like, talking to people, maybe getting them to see the world in a different light, can allow the chemicals that he needs to release in his body to allow him to you know calm down and just let her be. You know what I'm saying? So I think that's something that we need to also look at, instead of always just saying, he needs, some, you know, he needs to be medicated, because that's mostly what we think of when we say that, is we need to give him a pill.
Somebody just need to whoop his ass.
That might be, and that might be a good thing too. I mean, it might be good if he get in a boxing ring and spar it out with somebody to release some of that, pent up anger, and like, I mean, we all dealing with some bullshit somewhere somehow, but I think that there are different ways to accomplish that goal than to, because he needs a release. He needed a release, and he went to a very far extreme to try to get that release, because if one of his buddies would have been like, hey, let's go to the gym, let's go, like, I mean, just going to work out might have changed a lot of it. You know what I'm saying? So I mean, I think that, for ourselves, if we're going to try to self-medicate, that has to be a part of, at least potentially some of the routes that we could take, instead of pulling a pistol on somebody.
Let me play some of this other crazy story right here. If y'all haven't heard
The
this.
daughter of the slain family from Riverside, Michelle Blandon, spoke for the first time since the horrific murders of her parents and sister on Friday. Gina Silva reports.
I think this horrific tragedy can happen here our neighborhood and our community. It can happen anywhere.
Holding back tears, Michelle Blandon makes an emotional plea after her parents, Sherry and Mark Winnick, and her younger sister, Brooke Winnick, were killed in what police are calling a catfishing triple homicide in Riverside.
Parents, please, please know your child's online activity. Ask questions about what they are doing and whom they are talking to.
Investigators say this man, Austin Lee Edwards, a 28-year-old former Virginia state trooper and new sheriff's deputy, was active online pretending to be a teenager.
This horrific event started with an inappropriate online romance between a predator and a child.
Edwards drove from North Chesterfield, Virginia to Riverside, and on Friday, November 25th, detectives say Edwards arrived at the Winnick home, killed 69-year-old Mark and his 65-year-old wife, Sherry, and their 39-year-old daughter, Brooke. Then investigators say Edwards set the house on fire and left with the teenage girl he had developed an online relationship with.
We don't know yet if she was threatened, coerced. We're not describing it as a kidnapping at this point, but we also don't have any reason to believe that she was complicit in any of these murders or the fire as well.
A neighbor who saw Edwards leaving with the girl and noticed the house was on fire immediately called for help.
Making that call from that neighbor saved my niece's life, and that neighbor is a hero in our eyes.
Edwards was involved in a shootout with San Bernardino Sheriff's deputies while trying to flee, but the coroner's report states Edwards died from a self-inflicted gunshot wound.
Catfishing led to the deaths of the three most important people in my life. My dad, my mom, and my sister. They are forever in my heart, and I miss them deeply.
The family has set up a GoFundMe account to help the Winnick family, specifically the two teenage daughters who were left without their mother and grandparents. The young victim targeted by Edwards is now in the custody of Child Protective Services, and we have been told she is receiving trauma counseling. I'm Gina Silva.
Crazy story. So the guy was a sheriff deputy. That means he worked for the sheriff's department.
Mm-hmm. When I hear stuff like this, it just kind of, where was this dude's dad? Well, because I mean, a lot of times like this, the guy's dad probably grew up in the same house with his dad and his mom and this, that, and the other, but they didn't have a real connection. And this kid didn't have enough examples, or like the communication barriers need to be, because a relationship is a relationship, and regardless of what type, like there's got to be communication in there. And for you to get to a point where you're catfishing teenagers, like that is serious communication failure. That is like, it's so many things in there, because it's like you feel like the only person you can connect with is children.
Well, what kind of people are they hiring at the damn police department?
Well, I don't
damn
think
sheriff's office.
Well, see, that's the thing. Our society raises more people that's insane than, what I'm saying. Like, we have to realize that this society is not really pushing out the best people. You know what I'm saying? And a lot of people are getting away with like they learn how to cheat the system. Like, that's like, bro, like, I know this. It's just that I think that we're not, a lot of us don't really, really put any emphasis on it until we see situations like this. We try to like pick it apart, but this dude is sick, and it's not because he chose to be. He just, that's his surroundings, the people around him. Like, everybody's uptight. The whole idea of what we wishing, the utopia of what we could be if things were right. He's failing from not having that as well. You know what I'm
Yep.
saying?
That's why I wanted to cover this story, because I think that it's just another symptom of us, our society being mentally sick, bro. Like, so sick. Let me read some comments. It says, "I'm so happy I'm a male and not female. When I look back in my teenage years, I can't even remember how many times I snuck out of my house at night during all times of the year. I listen to a lot of true crimes type stuff, and you would be shocked how many cases there are of kids sneaking out and then not returning home because something horrible happened to them. Just teach
Hmm.
your kids to be responsible." Another
Yeah.
comment, it says, "This guy was straight up a predator and monster. It just goes to show that whatever you do for a job doesn't automatically make you a good person. In fact,
Mhm.
cops and ex cops can be some of the worst people imaginable."
Oh my God. Oh wow, that's a mouthful. Because that's the, the job means nothing. Like, you know what I'm saying? Just because, I mean, some people take those jobs to be able to hide who they are, and to be able to get away with things that they wouldn't as a, you know, the average citizen.
Exactly. Because we was talking about the damn, like, the Boy Scout people, like, hardly making no money. They really want to be out here with these kids. I love kids, but I don't want to be out there with them like that, you
I
know?
hear, yeah, I feel
So,
you. I love
but
kids too, but
but people like that, they put themselves in those positions where they can be in those situations so that they can do the stuff that they want to do. Let me read
yeah,
some more comments. It says, "This guy was hiding in plain sight. He made a good name for himself. It's scary to know it can literally be anybody that believe can be no wrong, that you believe can do no wrong." Another comment, it says, "Don't ask questions, set up mechanisms to see yourself. You can ask to verify they are honest, but always look." Another comment, "A state trooper and sheriff never know who is hiding behind a badge."
yeah. I think we have to take more, like, when examples come about, like, we need to have more conversations so that, like, okay, here's an example. Here are things that you can, look for, and you can see, like, there's certain things that, you know, ill people will do that they don't know they're doing, that you can recognize. You know what I'm saying? Like, and we have to be that way with our children, our family, like, people around us, because, like, bro, like, there's things that's happening all the time that, if they would have been had more of a, more vigilant about the people that they're dealing with, especially when you don't know them or barely know them. Like, I think there's a lot of clear signs that, if you knew to look at or pay more attention to, you could probably pick it up and be like, all right, you know what, I'm just not gonna, you know what I'm saying, like, find a way to change that whole dynamic. But
Yeah. Yep. If you're not paying attention to your kids at all, then you ain't gonna know. But then it's still gonna be really hard, because it could be really sneaky. Let me read
well,
some more,
yeah.
especially the teenagers.
Well,
Let
that's
me
what I
read.
was gonna say. Well, let me just. I'm
Go
sorry.
ahead.
I just want to say
Go
this
ahead.
because, like, you know, because if you're too overbearing, because, I mean, you really want to give, some comfort to your child, your children, so that they feel, comfortable coming to you about stuff. Because if you're too anal or too much about what this thing, just trying to protect them, they need to have the comfort to where they feel like, yeah, if regardless of what I tell my parents, that they're not gonna lose it, because, like, but you got to have enough concern, but not so much that you push them away, so that they
Yeah.
don't feel that they can talk to you.
Yeah. Yep.
Yeah.
Let me read some more. It says, "Parents, know your child's online activities, for you cannot trust anyone. A monstrous evil is everywhere. This 28-year-old former Virginia state trooper groomed a child online for sexual abuse, then traveled to her house and murdered her parents and one of her siblings, set the house on fire, and took off with her." Crazy. Let me read some more. It says, "Now I really don't trust law enforcement." Another comment, it says, "This is hard. May God give comfort to you all." Another comment, "Better yet, kids don't need to be on the internet or need a cell phone. Both should be prohibited. Go make a friend the old school way. Talk to a school staff member if you need to make a phone call, and go to the library if you need to do some research. This is completely unnecessary. When you turn 18, and if you get a job, you can get your own phone and internet access. This person is delusional. This person is
Very.
not. This person is not living in
And
reality.
yeah, no,
Yeah,
they
kids
but
need
but the
phones now, bro. My
yeah,
son has been having a phone since he was in the first grade. Well, second grade.
And
Riding,
how much
right?
confidence does it give you that you can just reach out, and because whatever they doing or whatever's going on, and then you know that they can hit you if it's a
Yeah,
problem. Somebody,
it's
the
it,
teacher could be doing them wrong or something's happening.
yeah,
exactly.
it gives me that confidence, and then the fact of the matter is of me being able to track him by the phone. There's different apps. A lot of people think, oh, you turn the phone off, it's not trackable no more. No, there's different apps that still will track that phone.
Yeah,
Even if the
but
phone is off. So being able to track him, him riding a school bus home, it's just, it's a lot of extra safe. It's a safety measure, and then we got these kids nowadays that, they're mad at the world, or they had some kind of issue at school and they come to school to shoot up the school. Hey, he got his phone, he can call, or send a text. Hey, there's a school shooting going on, at my school, uh,
well,
whatever, bro. Like they need that,
911, call
well, my
911.
911. Yeah,
I know y'all hear me use this word a lot, but it's just the best way to describe it is the balance, and the balance between, you know, letting your child know that you're like the world, what the world that they're really living in, because I think that there's too many parents that's they don't want to, like, because I don't want my child to be living with a bunch of fear, but at the same time I need him to understand that, you know everybody doesn't mean you well, and if you just going through life thinking everything is all cool and grand because life you live in here at home and for the most part at school is like he's living around a bunch of other kids that's in the same boat, that you know what I'm saying, like the possibility is still there that somebody might be trying to harm you. So like you need to let them know a certain level of, like, hey, you be prepared to protect yourself, but also to be able to live the freedom of, of being a child to some extent. Like, and I know that's a hard task because believe me, I'm going through it. I have a kid, and you know he's almost a teenager, so I mean he's seeing a lot of things that right now that he's like don't understand. And like I said, I mean, we have a relationship where he comes to me and he's like, hey, all right, look, what's up with this, why this and that, which I love. I pre I like, I think that he's so mature to be doing that, but that's the atmosphere that I've pretty much provided for him to say, hey, this is what's this, and even when like with girls and stuff like that, because it's like, you know he thinks I'm cool as hell, but I'm like, dude, I'm somewhat of a geek too. You know what I'm saying? Like I didn't, you know what I'm saying? Like I grew up, I understand things better. I blah blah blah. You know what I'm saying? Have these conversations where he knows that, okay, I'm a little bit weird too, but at the same, what I'm saying, not super weird. Like I don't know. It's a lot there, but
Let me read some
situations like this, yeah, it's you
sad.
got to prepare them. You got to prepare them so that hopefully these things don't happen.
Let me read some more. It says, this is also why we should require our police officers prior to being hired to take psychological evaluation. There's a place in New York that already does this, and they are weeding out bad cops before they become cops. 70% of those that pass the physical test don't pass the psych eval and polygraph, and that 70% would have made it to the force had they not had those other tests in place.
Hmm. Yeah.
Let me read some more. It says, I don't let my kid go anywhere until I meet the parents or house they go to. That wouldn't have saved you, buddy. This was not that.
Mm,
Let me read another comment. It says, crazy how Police Academy doesn't do any psychological testing on their officers. Plus, it only takes 6 months of training to become one.
yeah. Um, there's so many different stories that's out there that, like I said, I mean, I don't want to, put too many negative things in my kids' head because, they could internalize a lot of it, and you kind of manifest the things that you put in your mind, uh especially, what you think the most is what you project in your own world. So I'm very careful about that. But like I said, you do want to, based on what you know about your kid and how they absorb information, you can hit and miss with certain information to make them, because they're going to think about it a lot themselves. Because if they realize that, okay, well, you know what, I'm not special, I something could happen to me, they're gonna do certain things. They're gonna look more. They're gonna pay more attention. It's gonna be like, oh, this dude's kind of weird. Let them know that they have intuition. There's things that you can tap into that's gonna make you feel a certain way when you know what I'm saying. Like so if you don't feel good about something, it's probably not good. So teaching them just little basic things like that, where you don't have to be overly descriptive of all the things that it could be, what it could, just hey, if something doesn't feel right, back up from it, and let's check it out again. You know what I'm saying? So
Welcome to
I want to go through this in pieces because this is her overall show, and she touches on a lot of stuff. Let's go through this in pieces, and we're going to talk about it.
Democracy Now!, democracynow.org, the War and Peace Report. I'm Amy Goodman. The House has passed legislation to block a nationwide rail a contract that's been union presenting the majority of freight rail workers. In addition, the House passed a separate bill by a much narrower margin to days paid sick leave to railroad workers, but it remains unclear this provision will pass the Senate. The 2 days after Biden pushed Congress to prevent the strike. On Wednesday, Senator Bernie Sanders slammed railroad carriers for refusing to provide workers any paid sick days while their profits soar.
Do we stand with workers in the rail industry and say, yes, you are right. Working conditions are horrendous. We cannot continue a process by which you have zero paid sick leave. Do we stand with workers, or do we stand with an industry that is making huge profits, pays its CEOs exorbitant salaries, and treats its workers with contempt?
So that's the whole thing, and then so this is causing. I ain't gonna say it's a rift in the Democratic Party because Bernie Sanders tends to be an outsider anyway. He really kind of identifies as an independent. But the Democrats are kind of all on board with shutting down this, this strike.
well, and that's what scares me about them, is because that when there's an agenda that maybe we don't really understand, because a lot of times we get the after effects and we're kind of like, oh, that's what happened. But when they're so focused on an agenda, like they all come together for that, and regardless of who it hurts. And like I have many questions, but it's like, okay, what what do you plan to replace this with? And what, like, if like, your work is nowhere near as hard as theirs, what gives you the right to have the amount of sick days and annual days and all the benefits that you have, that you can, like, that you should be there, regardless of how sick you might be. It's not, your job is not that hard to where you need to, not be at work or to have to get paid for that day. You know what I'm saying? Like, you get a salary plus all these other things. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's, to me, these are this is the sickness that really breeds illness, more illness into our communities, because it's like you benefit the most out of most people in this, workers, if you want to consider it like workers, not necessarily the corporate side, but as far as what if you want to call what they do work, y'all benefit more than anybody else. You got 200
What's
200
interesting to me about this story is how the Democrats are supposed to be the ones that's on the workers' side, right? Ain't that their shtick? You know, the Workers' People's Party or whatever the hell.
well,
Like, but these the main ones that's
but
union
bro,
busting and
but
and
but that's the problem. That's I mean, that's the idea that they've given most people. But when it boils down to it, like, I mean, if you really do the numbers, no, they not the ones who care about it. They take a certain stance to be able to control certain things, when it comes down to workers, but they're not doing things to benefit the worker. Like, they, what I'm saying, like, they're more that, like, they'll be quicker to say, all right, we'll get you a robot, and so you don't need these fuckers.
let me read this because this is another part of this that's surprising to me is Senator Ted Cruz is on the same side with Bernie Sanders. Go freaking
I,
figure.
I'm
Let me
not surprised, because I mean, I've actually seen him at work. I watched the Forbes .com, like, on YouTube, bro. Ted Cruz does more work for the people than they realize, but the media have you believe that he's just some stuck up asshole. But I mean, maybe he is to some extent, but he putting in work. Like, I would rank him closer to Bernie Sanders than picking out some random Democrat. You know what I'm saying? Like,
uh,
he actually cares about the people more than you might believe.
yeah, I'm not a Ted Cruz fan at all. Let me read this right here. It says Ted Cruz fist bumps Bernie Sanders and votes yes on paid sick leave for rail workers. This is the Houston Chronicle. It says U.S. Senator Ted Cruz fist bumped U.S. Senator Bernie Sanders on the Senate floor Thursday afternoon after the Texas Republican cast a vote to force rail companies to give their employees more sick leave. I always knew you were a socialist, Sanders told Texas Republican, according to Politico reporter who observed their exchange. In a series of votes that scrambled the usual political lines in the Senate on Thursday, Cruz and a handful of other Republicans backed an unsuccessful amendment by Sanders to add 7 sick days to a compromise labor agreement Congress was scrambling to pass to avoid a rail strike. The amendment failed to draw the necessary 60 votes to pass, with U.S. Senator John Cornyn of Texas among those opposing it. But the overall agreement easily cleared the chamber.
Bro, I'm gonna tell you. Oh, like, there's other channels outside of C-SPAN, because I don't. I used to kind of watch C-SPAN a little bit, but that Forbes YouTube channel, you can go and see a lot of the actual things that they're doing in Congress, on the Senate floor, so that you can get an idea of who's actually going there to fight. Like, you can actually hear what's being said between, the arguments. They may not go into every little thing, but there's a lot of stuff that's there where you can see, and you, like, the people that you might put more, like, say, is not for you, is way more for you. But we got to also remember that the media that we listen to, that's more prevalent, will make them look villainized, make them look like they aren't correct. Because, I mean, still to this day, I mean, like, even, yeah, like, Biden's only been in office 2 years, but even in Trump's first 2 years, he's done more for the people than Biden. And that's the
Well,
part, like, regardless of
uh,
how much of an asshole he is and what's been said about him in the news and this, that, and the other, there's things that's gonna stick that you just
but
can't
see, that's
change.
But that just goes back to what there's, it's polarized, like you said at the beginning. It's polarized, and that's where the media is like pick a side, and your algorithm bubble is only gonna say, you know, the good things about the people who are on your side and the bad things about the ones that are not. And when they say on your
Exactly.
side, I mean on your team or the one that you subscribe to, not necessarily actuality, you know.
Yeah.
So, but then because it's all polarized, it's either this guy or that guy. It's either I can listen to this person or I can't listen to this person. Like this person is not approved for me to listen to, so I can't listen to nothing that they say or whatever.
Yeah.
Because that they told me that. Let me read
Yeah.
some comments. It says, "Broken clock is right twice a day." Another comment, it says, "Hell froze over. Either that or I'm relapsing." Another comment, it says, "Someone restart the Android." Another comment, "Hopefully he finally realizes he sucks after the Astros parade where he got booed and flipped off in front of his kids for 3 hours." These are not very friendly to Ted Cruz comments. This is a Houston Chronicle. Let me read some more. It says, "Cruz is nothing but a self-serving politician, just like 99% of Washington, D.C." Another one, "Don't fall for that, Bernie. This is a strategic move for Ted again." Another one, it says, "Republicans that voted no are wrong. Coming from a Republican, Cruz did very well." So I think it sucks that most of these comments are trying to talk bad about Cruz and is not focusing on the reality of this specific situation. Like, regardless of how you feel about him and like how I feel about Ted Cruz, I like this. This is great. You know what I'm saying? This is great right here. Good looking out. I think he's on the right side with this one.
Well, and that's I think because I mean if look, I'm I'm very critical of both sides to some extent. Like I do see for the algorithm that I live in, I see, more positive, or I've been seeing more positive in the last few years from Republicans. And that's because I've, been a little more involved with, actually seeing what's happening on the floor. The actual arguments that people are trying to present, why or why not people deserve or don't deserve, these things, these things within a certain conversation. But um and like I said, that might be my algorithm. Like we all had, as humans, we had the first algorithms, the things that we, our mind projects. That's what we're gonna see more. The internet is just a replica of what the human has been doing forever. But I just, I was a heavy Democratic supporter before. I think that we've dealt with different dynamics in different times, and I don't think that we should stay stuck in you know that just one side is gonna do better for us and as a whole. That's just not true. I mean, that's just I don't think that's ever been true.
But they got us with this damn two-party system. It's so stir fry
And
shit or bake shit. You know what
well,
would break the system? If everybody would just go in and start voting split ticket all over the place. And you could do it a lot easier now because the last time I went voting, you have to go line for line for line for line. So
well,
what if everybody just went back and forth? Here's a suggestion to all you political heads out there. The ones that don't give a damn about don't think that the voting is going to make any difference at all, because that's
go
kind
in
of
there
how I be
anyway.
feel.
Yeah,
Go in there and vote. Go back and forth all the way down the line. Go back and
hey,
forth all the way down the line, bro. If
look,
enough
yeah,
people
A,
did that,
B, C. Look, do like you did a multiple choice exam, and
yeah.
just that you didn't study for. You just like you better off just picking anything because you don't know nothing on the test. Yeah, that you might as well. I mean,
Just
what?
but I think it would break the system if enough people did it, because they rely on people all voting
But
Democrat and all voting
but
Republican.
listen,
They rely on that.
but that's the thing. That's the algorithm. They are betting on you doing the same thing that you've always done. And that's one of the things. Like that's the campaign that I've been on not necessarily just going back and forth, like what you're saying, but at least like, okay, changing up what you've been doing, because I mean, it's,
I'm saying
doing the
throw a
same
grenade.
thing.
Throw a grenade in they shit. Because if enough people did it,
A proverbial grenade.
it would blow
so,
they
so,
shit
so,
up if enough people went out there and was just like, okay, Democrat
yeah,
for this one, Republican for
but
this one, Democrat for this one, Republican for this one. They just go down the whole
I
line
yeah,
doing that.
not. I believe that would really, like, they like everybody's mind would be stir fried shit, because it would be like, what the fuck is this? Like, you know what I'm saying? Like,
I would love to see that.
yeah, that it would be, like, and I think it would test out the machines
That's
too.
what I'm
Like,
saying. It would break a lot of shit, and that would be a test. You could use that as a test, anyways. I'm getting all excited. Let me play some of this.
Other news from Capitol Hill. House Democrats have unanimously elected Hakeem Jeffries of New York to lead the caucus, making him the first African American to head a political party in Congress.
Yeah,
Jeffries,
we
who's
talked about
52,
him.
will succeed Nancy Pelosi,
Yesterday.
who led House
where is
Democrats
he
for 2
from?
decades.
Is he from Louisiana?
Congressman Alexander Ocasio-Cortez said the party could have benefited
Jeffries.
if the election to lead the party was contested, saying, quote, "This is the most significant generational change that I've seen House Democrats in several decades. I personally believe that we would benefit from a debate on what that means," she said.
Oh my God! Now,
Look, I'm gonna tell you. Go.
The Democrats always talk. They always talk about let's. She said, "I believe that we would benefit from a debate on what that means." Get the f out of here, bro! Like, what it means is identity politics. And you know what else? Oh, they're finna say it on here. I think he was a Clintonite. You know what I'm saying? He was a Hillary Clinton, lap boy. And that's probably a big reason why he was chosen, because it was a unanimous decision, and also because he's a black dude. Because, like I say, it's identity politics. But he was a Hillary Clinton one, and she's talking about we would benefit from a debate on what that means. Like, we worried about fucking how we gonna pay for our freaking food. We worried about how the BlackRock is buying all the houses and we can't even buy one. We worried about how you got all these Airbnbs and owned by corporations, and regular people can't find a freaking apartment to rent. we
And they're trying to regulate the fact that, if you do have an Airbnb, that it's got to be only up to so much, because that's, they don't want too much control in
they're rent
outside of their hand.
they're rent controlling with this shit. It's so much going on. She talking about let's debate on what it means, that the significance of this black guy being
Well,
in. Get the
but
freak out of here.
but that
Get
comment right
all the
there.
way the fuck out of here.
Yeah, you picked up. It sounds like you picked up on it too. But like, that comment alone is very, like,
Revealing
she
of the
is hate.
liberal, like,
Yeah,
the
she's
neoliberal.
she's such a hater. And like, but at the same time, like, because I mean, when I saw it, like, I hated to be like, I don't want to hate on a black man, getting a position like that. But for me, knowing to some extent that why he got it, it kind of bothered me.
It bothers me because the guy is not he's not a real left. He's not a progressive. His politics is not progressive. He's total line politics. He's, like I say, Clintonite, and it's just identity politics, and it's throwing the, like, black people a bone to
But
make them
but
feel like they won
no,
something
but it's
through
not.
this
No,
guy
no,
being
no. But
elected,
no, it's
and they're gonna
it's
get
it's
votes.
perceived. It's perceived. See, because it's another token. It's another one of
That's what
those.
I'm saying.
Okay, so I mean, they're not throwing. No matter what it looks like, they're not throwing black people a bone. This is another way to rob from black people, because obviously Jeffries is somebody who's going to, kowtow. He's gonna do what boss and master tell him. He's gonna be, what do they call it?
But the people perceive it as, as an accomplishment. It's tokenism. Like Barack Obama becoming president, like
Yeah.
them putting the lady from the
What?
Underground Railroad on a dollar bill or $20 bill or whatever, which they haven't
Yeah.
even done. But just stuff like that. Like they feel like black people. That makes them feel like, oh, we accomplished something.
Yeah. I mean, I honestly, bro, like we have a lot of big problems that could be solved easily. And I mean, if we had, like honest, like if history was taught like properly worldwide, I mean, especially here in America, but worldwide, bro, like, I mean, things like people would understand a lot differently. So many people here wouldn't believe that they're really, that they're outsiders, you know what I'm saying? Like, especially like black people, because that's who's really getting taken advantage of through a lot of this, because
Well, we're all getting screwed because this is the liberals. This is how they
but
do it, and it's
but
like this is politics. So it's like incremental change, and then
but you
whenever you
see,
get like some kind of token, now let's just debate about what it means forever. Like
but
what
everybody's
is
not getting screwed. Everybody's not getting screwed. Now, I mean, maybe now overall, yes, but I mean, as far as like with this decision, like this is meant to benefit certain groups, because even though you see a black face, or well, if you want to call it a black face, but this is probably more of a loss for black people than what they're making it out to be. And that's the part I'm talking about. Like, it's more of a loss. I mean, it's more like it's the whole idea that they are they've done something spectacular, because this is supposed to change the views of you know people, but mostly black people, because they know that they've lost a lot of people within the last big race. You know what I'm saying? This is supposed to be things to tie them back in. This is going to be one of the things that they point out to say that, hey, we're really the people on your side. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like,
right? That's what they use it as, and but it's really about the damn votes because they use the black people as a voting block.
yeah, because I mean, this one thing, like, all right, we're talking about 365 days times four, compared, like, you know what I'm saying? We're talking about, like, what, 1,300, shit, uh, almost 1,500 days. And out of all of those days, uh, what actually is getting done
That's
in
what I
their
was
turn?
trying to make because that's why I honed in on this. I personally believe that we would benefit from a debate on what this means. Meanwhile, we need this, that, and the other, and they over here having a. Let me play some more of this.
Said. While Jeffries is a member of the Congressional Progressive Caucus, he's been at odds with some progressives in the House. In 2016, he backed Hillary Clinton over Bernie Sanders. Last year, he told The Atlantic, "There will never be a moment where I bend the knee to hard left democratic socialism," he said. On Wednesday, Democrats also elected Catherine Clark of Massachusetts to serve as whip and Pete Aguilar of California to serve as chair of the party caucus. Meanwhile, House Democrats have finally obtained Donald Trump's tax returns, ending a multi-year court battle. The Treasury Department released them to the House Ways and Means Committee Wednesday. In China, authorities have lifted some of the strictest lockdown restrictions in parts of Shanghai and Guangzhou as protests are continuing over the country's
That's a big
zero
statement.
COVID policy.
Hold on.
Video from Guangzhou.
Go ahead. What you say?
That was a big statement to me, that they said that they have 6 years of Trump's his IRS statements or whatever. But that's all they said. Like, there's no problem with, like, obviously, like, without them saying more means that there was, like, okay, was there anything to say about it? Was there anything illegal? Was there, like, okay, they have them. Were they able to do?
This is her overall show. They're not going into depth on none of these topics. This is her headline show. She just said it as a headline. Like, they might cover it some more later or whatever in the show, whatever. This is how they start the show off. they do like these headlines, and that's the reason why they didn't go into it more.
Oh,
It was
so
just
we hadn't gotten to the bulk of it, so she may talk about it more in the show.
maybe in the show, but this clip is just the clip of their headlines. This is not their whole show. They
Oh,
go on for
my
hours,
bad,
and
my bad, my
they
bad.
yeah, they probably went more into that. They probably did. This is
Okay.
yeah, this is how they do it. It's the overall.
Well, I had already heard that, and nobody's got any argument about what they found. You know what I'm saying? Nobody has said anything that, oh, they found this, they found that, or anything like that. That's why I'm saying that's a bigger statement because, like I said, this is not my first time hearing about this. So, like, that's why I'm saying, like, that's a bigger statement to me by them not having things to add on to. Well, they got these 6 years, and then, they found this, and it, like, you know what I'm saying? Like,
Yeah, no, this is just the headlines. I'm sure they talked about it more, and
okay.
what's actually in it are they going to be releasing that kind of stuff anyways, especially if there's an ongoing like investigation, if there's a
If
court case, then that stuff is sealed. They wouldn't be able to they can't just read that stuff out to people.
No, no, they're not supposed, but no, they will say that there were things that they found that's if they found something negative, they want us to know.
Yeah.
But if they find nothing, they will push it under the rug and act like it never happened.
Yeah.
That's just the way it is. But
I'll play some
yeah,
more. I want to talk about the China thing.
Authorities have lifted some of the strictest lockdown restrictions in parts of Shanghai and Guangzhou Wednesday. In China, authorities have lifted some of the strictest lockdown restrictions in parts of Shanghai and Guangzhou as protests are continuing over the country's zero COVID policy. Video from Guangzhou, a major manufacturing hub, show police in hazmat uniforms confronting protesters. Russia is poised to expand its 2030.
So freaking hazmat suits. We talked about it a little bit. I want to play that little clip again because it's like this is inspiring to me. We talked about it a little bit, but it's like you can you a lot of these people already live in these really small ass cramped. You've seen the videos where they show like how their apartments are. They call them like mini compartments or something. They have a name for them, and it's like only enough room for you to like and you literally have just like your stove or whatever you cook with, like your bed, and like I don't even be seeing no bathrooms in these rooms. So maybe they share bathrooms on the floors that they live on. It's like nothing. It's just like a closet, you know? So, but think about it, all right? It's already fucked up. You're in this closet, but then they got the zero COVID. So now you can't even come out at all. Like, that's freaking like, that's worse than solitary confinement for people in
claustrophobia.
prison.
Yeah,
And
but my biggest fear is that Americans won't see that, you know, them having more involvement in our political process gets us to where they are. Like the control, like
and and
this ain't what you want.
And but China is supposed to be like the future. It's kind of like it. I feel
That's
like this is the direction that all of the organized,
what
industrial nations are going in this direction.
see, that's the plan. Now, I mean, does it make the world better if we actually if everybody lives like that, or even that they live like that?
I'm
You
not
know,
making that argument. I'm saying look how they're fighting. And, you
well,
can't put people in a box and think that they're not gonna freaking wow the hell out. They worried about social scores and everything. They got the most surveillance than anywhere. So it's like them identifying who you are is probably not gonna be hard. So and they're giving up a lot to do this.
and I mean, it's a lot that goes with that because I mean, because I'm thinking like a way because I was listening to a conversation of some people real close to me. That's how they were upset with Elon Musk and what he's doing and this, that, and the other. It's like he might not be the greatest person. He might, he might, say he might be greedy as others, but just the idea that he's trying to fight for the freedom of speech, and yeah, it allows some people to to say things, but at least you know who they are and what they are, what they, you know what I'm saying? Like, I think allowing people to speak their mind and say what it is, like you have a better, you know what I'm saying, better gauge of who you're dealing with day to day. And because I mean, I'm one of those, I prefer to see overt races than a covert.
Me
So
too.
I'd rather see, you know, what these people's thoughts really are, and also that, you know, if somebody's trying to share with me some information that I can discern, that I, you know what I'm saying, like, don't shut off people that could help, you know, give us a vision of the world that, you know, like, I mean, you know, I don't think that everybody should just take this information and be like, oh, this is this. No, we have to be responsible adults and use this information wisely. But at this, you know, don't just only allow, you know, uh, what is supposed to be a prescribed, you know, amount of information that we can only have. You know what I'm saying? Like,
Yeah.
there's doctors who, you know, who've been trying to tell us since the beginning, like, this is not the way, but they should, you know, they quiet them and say that they're crazy and this and that, the third, and here we're coming to find out they knew exactly what they were talking about.
Yep. Let me play some more of this.
Zero COVID policy. Video from Guangzhou, a major manufacturing hub, show police in hazmat uniforms confronting protesters. Russia is poised to expand its 2013 anti-LGBTQ law banning so-called gay propaganda. The law seeks to prohibit movies, advertisements, websites, and books featuring same-sex relationships or transgender characters in a positive light. Individuals found to be in violation of the law could be fined over $6,000. President Putin's expected to soon sign the law, which was approved by lawmakers. This is Ksenia Mikhailova of the Russian LGBTQ support group coming out.
This is a signal that all the types of violence against LGBT people are allowed by the state. How it already happened in 2013, when it was a wave of hate crimes against LGBT. Now it will be a tsunami.
She said now it'll be a tsunami. So, you
A
know,
tsunami meaning what? Because I'm trying to understand, like, he's signing a bill that allows more the LGBT,
no,
or that
no,
he
he's saying
against it.
against it. He's saying you can't
Okay.
do movies with LGBT characters. You can't do, you know, basically it just, you know, hardcore crackdown on anything related to being gay, lesbian, or whatever.
Oh, so
And
he's for nature.
Yeah, you know, the good guy cleaning up the Nazis in Ukraine.
Yeah, I mean, you know, that's for a lot of Americans, this is a very touchy conversation,
right.
because it's so many people who, you know, is okay with no barriers. You know what I'm saying? Like, there's no rules. There's, you know, going against nature is not going against God. I mean, you know, I want people to enjoy their life here, but I think there has to be some kind of regulations to where, you know, you can't, like, you know, like, certain things have to be off limits. And my biggest thing is the children. You know what I'm saying? You adult, like, go do what you do, but don't come and try to, you know, like, don't infect children. And if they're gonna be gay or be trans or be whatever they're gonna be, they don't need your help to be that, because, you know, whatever, however you got there, allow them the way to get there, you know what I'm saying,
But
on their own.
But the other side of this is what happens to there's going to be LGBTQ people regardless, right? Everywhere around the
Yeah,
world. So, but
exactly.
look, what happens as a result when you pass really strict measures like this, it kind of gives people, you know, a green light to be even more harsh to these people. You know, beat them
No,
up, kill them. Yes, that's
no,
exactly what happens.
no. That's extremism. I mean, that's, bro. Most people don't care about what other people are doing,
The
bro.
the
And
the,
and
st-
and
the
and how? What's
stats
the
are there, bro. The information is
but
out there.
what she was
bro.
talking about is the first wave of laws in 2013, and there was a big wave of anti-gay violence back then. And she's saying if they crack down like this, it's going to be a tsunami instead of just a wave of violence.
Right. And that and like I say, the facts are out there. That's the other side of it, you know. So like that's what has to be taken into account, you know.
All right. I'm just gonna say that, you know, I'm naive to that. You know, I don't have enough information to say that, but I don't know. I guess, you know, because maybe I'm looking, you know,
Looking
with
at it
my
through
heart.
your eyes, yeah,
I'm
you're not
looking at.
gonna go out there bashing, you know,
Well,
LGBTQ people.
I hear and I'm with you. So I mean, like I said, I don't want any harm to come to any of these people. You know, I mean, regardless of what your choice is, you're human to me, and you know, like I have family. Like you know, I would die for to protect them. So I mean, I get it, but at the same time, I guess I have to be more, you know, take more of a look at what's going on in that department, because I mean I'm too busy worrying about children. Like that's who I advocate for, because they don't really have a voice of their own. Like they can't like go out and do things for themselves. So that's why I speak up for children. But as far as, you know, and you know what, if it's an adult, my thing is like, look, do you know what I'm saying? Hey, I don't care what you're doing at your home. I don't, you know what I'm saying? I don't care what y'all do at y'all, you know, bars and things that your safe spaces that you're creating, but don't, you know what I'm saying? Like you know what I'm saying? Your rights end where mine begin, or when others place, you know, people's rights begin. You know what I'm saying? And I think not just on that subject, but any subject, you know, like we have to, you know, love each other enough to not trample or want to trample on others just to be able to, you know, prove your own.
Yeah. Let me
You
play some
know.
more.
Authorities arrested the prominent Palestinian activist Issa Amro on Monday, days after he posted videos showing an Israeli soldier, an Israeli activist to the ground, then punching them in the face in the city of Hebron in the occupied West Bank. Before he was released, Amro was reportedly beaten at the police station before he was interrogated. His home was also raided. Amro is the founder of Youth Against Settlements. On Wednesday, the Israeli activist Miko Peled tweeted, quote, "Issa's life is in danger. There must be guarantees to his personal safety," he said. Meanwhile, Israeli forces have killed another 2 Palestinians during a raid in the Jenin refugee camp in the occupied West Bank. According to Al Jazeera, Israel's now killed 8 Palestinians over the past 3 days in the West Bank. A U.S. citizen who lives in Massachusetts has been arrested on a trip to the United Arab Emirates and faces possible extradition to Egypt after he made a video calling on Egyptians to protest during the recent UN climate summit in Sharm el-Sheikh. The 46-year-old Sharif Osman is a former Egyptian army officer who's become a vocal critic of Egyptian President Abdel Fattah al-Sisi. Osman was arrested by 2 plainclothes officers in UAE November 6, 2 days after he arrived from the United States. The Biden administration's attempt to cancel hundreds of billions of dollars in student debt has been dealt another setback. The Fifth U.S. Circuit Court of Appeals has rejected a request by the Biden administration to put on hold a ruling against the plan by a judge in Texas. The issue will likely now go to the Supreme Court.
Yeah, and which way do y'all think that's gonna go?
It's not gonna happen. It's unconstitutional, and and when it comes to stuff like this is where they, you know, they're gonna allow the Constitution to live, because it's all like it was a big game. Like I mean, bro, they don't care about what your bills look like. What you, man, like they like right now. I really believe they want you to suffer. So I mean, freeing you up from a student debt that you decided on, and this, that, and the other. Like there's very few people that's involved in that campaign that truly wants to help people.
I think that it's a class issue because the thing is like the college education was supposed to be the way for you to get ahead in the world, and get a decent job and have a what y'all want to call a middle class life. But so people that are
Yeah.
already affluent, people that are already wealthy, where their parents have money, they can afford to pay these super extra over the type prices for them to go attend universities. And that's the reason
Hmm.
why their kids come straight out of the school as damn CFOs and shit.
Well, see.
So but then they
Hmm.
sold the idea to these kids to make it fair, make
Hmm.
it somewhat fair, more of a level playing field, where if you came from a family who couldn't pay for the university, that they could go. But the way it's set up, the grants never cover the full amount of the tuition, so you have to take out loans to finish up the cost, to cover the rest of the cost.
Hmm.
And the whole idea was, you would get out and get a good job and be able to, repay those loans,
Well,
right?
you say the rest of the cost, that all of the costs. Like, I mean, most of them can't afford like one book, let alone all the books that goes with the class. And not to say like even the tuition, like I mean, all the different expenses that go along with school. Like, look, I know I went. I know. I like shit. Honestly, I wish it had passed, and I can get my money back that I spent paying off my damn loans. You know what I'm saying? Like I could use that money right now, but overall, like it was a scam to begin with, and maybe some of them feel bad because they knew it was a scam. But the whole idea that only a few people, depending on what field you go in, will be in a position to where uh they do actually pay off their loans, or where they can at least make a steady, because I mean they will work with you, so you have make a certain percentage of whatever your salary is, or your income is, you can pay something for the next 30 years. But I mean,
But this
bro,
situation, it upholds the status quo. It keeps the oligarchy the oligarchy. It keeps the workers the workers. And it just gives this illusion that you have a chance and you don't. And then
well,
even when they
no,
say we're
I'm not gonna
gonna
say.
we're gonna
I'm not.
make you we're gonna
uh,
repeat, don't worry about those loans, you pretty much got screwed. We can just cancel that debt. They could just cancel this debt. Um, and
They
it
could.
really wouldn't make a difference in our economy at all.
Well,
you
well, it,
know
no,
and
well, that's not
but
true.
it
It's
would
gonna make a
benefit
difference.
people at the bottom. It would benefit regular workers. It would benefit Joe Blow.
Does it really? Because see, all right, now listen. Who it benefits is the bankers. That if they actually pay off this debt, because people who can't afford it just ain't paying it. You know what I'm saying? Like they just not sending a
it's
check every month.
it's
So I
mad
mean, it
repercussions for not
it
paying those damn
no, it's
state
not.
federal
Well,
subsidized loans. Yes,
bro,
yes, it is. They will garnish your wages, bro. They getting their money. They're gonna
that's
take whatever money you have. They'll freeze your bank account and take your money out of there.
well, I don't know about that part. I don't necessarily believe they're going that far. And maybe that's something that they plan on doing more. But I don't know anybody that's got, like, a lot of people who owe student loans that they just haven't been paying, and they just have that on their credit. So that's just, it just is what it is. But uh who would benefit the most is the people who always benefits. It's the people who gave these loans, knowing that these people were not going to be able to pay it back, most likely because of the field that they were going into, or because the economy, like the world is moving to more of a computerized and robotic field, where we don't need you anyway. You're not going to have a job to pay it. So I mean, these people already knew where we were heading the last 20, 30 years ago. So yes, like, I get that it is a scam, but the people who benefit is the banks, because the check going straight to them and you're not getting it. And you can say that because this debt might be wiped off of your credit, but when the inflation rises even more because of this, supply and demand of money, like you're gonna be like everything else that you're paying for, just like right now, you're paying more for everything because of that same thing. And it happens the same way even with the fiat money. When there's less of it, it's going to take more to less in
I can't
uh,
argue with the part about the banks. The banks are definitely going to overwhelmingly benefit if they was to do that.
they're
But
not making any legislation that's keeping corporations from raising prices or
But they don't
you know
have to
go-
actually pay the debts. They could cancel those debts. Screw those banks. You know what I'm saying? Screw them. Screw them. They're the problem anyways. That's one of the things that needs to be dealt with is the freaking monopolies that the banks have. They have a
well,
stranglehold over everything.
but that's a part of the slave system, that if like them being able to hold you accountable, or to be able to say, well, you owe this, what I'm saying, that's a part of them being able to have that control. And if they whether they because it's all really a scribble, like a stroke of the pen on whether this whether it's paid or whether it's deleted, whether it's forget, whatever terminology you want to use for it, is not going to you know really change the dynamics of it at all, because they're going to beat you over the head. Whether like, they give you the freedom on one side, guess what, they're going to rob the fuck out of you on the other.
Let me play some more.
In a major victory for immigrant rights activists, the federal government has announced it's closing the Berks Detention Center in Pennsylvania. Groups including the Shut Down Berks Coalition have organized for years to close the facility, which was once used to imprison families as they sought asylum. Most recently, Berks was used as an immigrant women's prison. The Los Angeles Times has revealed ICE, Immigration and Customs Enforcement, accidentally posted detailed personal information online about more than 6,000 asylum seekers in the United States.
Accidentally.
Immigrant rights advocates fear the unprecedented data release could jeopardize the lives of many immigrants who came to the U.S. fleeing torture and violence. A group of Yale students are suing the Ivy League university for discriminating against students with mental health challenges. The lawsuit alleges Yale pressures students to take voluntary leaves of absence if they're experiencing significant symptoms of mental health disabilities, while suggesting the students might otherwise be suspended. Students who take leave, either voluntarily or involuntarily, often lose parts of their tuition and accommodation payments, as well as access to student health insurance. The founder of the website Cryptome.org has written to the U.S. Justice Department with a strange request. He's asking to be indicted for violating the Espionage Act. Cryptome's founder, John Young, says he should be added as a co-defendant in the prosecution of WikiLeaks' Julian Assange because he published the same leaked government documents at the center of the U.S. case against Assange. While Julian Assange faces 175 years in U.S. prison if he is extradited and convicted, the U.S. government has never moved to prosecute John Young, who says he published the documents 2 days prior to WikiLeaks. Earlier this week, the New York Times and 4 international newspapers called on Biden to drop the charges against Assange, saying publishing is not a crime.
This is really
That's
interesting.
That is
because
super interesting. Oh my God.
This guy is trying to find a way, because all right, so that they've been on Julian Assange's ass for the longest, and they've really been trying to get him
It sounds like a
extradited here
setup.
to the United States.
To me.
So
Go ahead.
but this guy here is like, I want to be added to the indictment. So it's like, whatever y'all doing to him, do it to me, because I did the same thing that he did. So like, if that's really interesting, because the law, the way it's written, and the way that they do the indictments and so forth and so on, that should, that may work. And so what he's trying to do is protect Julian Assange. You know what I'm saying? Trying to get him off. And the way he's trying to get him off is by getting himself added to the indictment that they have of Julian Assange. That's super interesting.
But bro, I'm gonna just say this, bro, because I mean, some people might be forget what kind of society we live in from time to time, especially when we look at singled out, events. If regardless of what happens, with this case, because honestly, just let Assange just live where he at. You know what I'm saying? Just let him be where he is, because he come back to America. These people they don't let shit go.
Well, they're trying to get him back.
He's a dead man. I get it.
And they've
I know
already. I'm missing the damn comments. How long have you been making comments, Doc? My bad, bro.
he could speak up anytime, huh?
It's a whole list of comments that I missed, but freaking Julian Assange, they've been trying to get him, and really they didn't already destroyed his life, bro. How long has it been? He was in the
bro,
what was it? The embassy.
12 to 15 years.
It's been a long time, bro, and so he's basically been locked up this whole time, and it's so crazy how
he's not locked up.
Yes, he's locked up.
In Russia?
He's not in Russia.
All right, well, we talking about somebody else then.
Julian Assange, he's the guy who did the WikiLeaks thing with Hillary Clinton and all of that.
Oh, okay. You know what? Okay, so that's all right. You know what? I'm thinking about the dude that did the when he was supposed to did some kind of leak. This was when Obama was in office.
You're thinking about Snowden, Eric Snowden. I think
Snowden. Okay, that's who I'm thinking of. All right, because I know
Snowden is good. He's been living good this whole time.
Yeah.
I think that whole thing was kind of like an inside double agent
mistake.
type deal. Anyways,
Okay.
They wanted to release that information. I think this stuff that WikiLeaks that Julian Assange released, they did not want out, and it came out right before an election and all of this shit. They're mad at this dude about this. They want his head. They want him dead.
Yeah.
And they basically have already destroyed his life.
He's locked up where?
I don't want to lie to you right now because they moved him. He was in one place and then they moved him somewhere else. And
No, what I'm saying, but is he in the U.S. or in what?
No,
country?
they're trying to get him to the U.S. They get him here, they're gonna kill him.
I know this.
That's why they're trying to get him extradited over here.
He's in Belmarsh prison in UK.
UK, okay. So freaking they
Or
really
actually
want to
London.
get him. They want to get him over
what's
here.
What's the trouble? Because I mean, UK is a friend of they don't have any extradition.
That's how they ended up getting him there in the first place because the friendliness. Because he was in the where was he at? He was in the embassy, and then they came and took him out of there. And I think that's how he ended up in the UK. This is a long ass story.
So is the UK actually trying to protect him?
No, he's locked up. He's in prison there.
No, yeah, but that could be protection for him being locked up.
That's not how this is working. It's just that it's really complicated with the laws. So that's the reason why.
It's not that complicated. I mean, we make things more complicated, believing their lies. But if the UK is as much of a friend, they don't have extradition law, like restriction on extraditing people, especially with the US.
He's an Australian citizen.
There's something, huh?
He's an Australian citizen now.
That's the reason why this is so complicated. But they trying to get him, and they might just get him. But what this story right here is what's interesting about this is the tactic that they're doing, because people have been trying to get Julian Assange out of this situation for the longest time, and this move right here is really interesting because this could work, especially if within the law they're going to be like, Well, how come this guy, he released the same information days before this guy, and
Yeah, why is he not the
y'all
first
need
guy
to
you're trying to get?
right. So that's it.
So,
Let me
is it more to the story than what they're saying? Because I mean, okay, the WikiLeaks and this, that, and the other. There's got to be like if somebody's committed the same crime, okay, they should have either knocked his head off already because he's reachable, or there's more to this whole story than
It's
is
because
there?
it was about Hillary.
Yeah, she don't forgive shit. She
and
is.
they are the mafia, bro. Like, and I be saying, like, really, the Democrats, these are the ones, and they get a
But
lot of
but
money. They're the
but
institution. They are strong as hell.
But you know what? I get what you're saying. But at the same time, like, does it really make that big of a difference who it was? I mean, if the same crime was done to, the same, or you would say crime, but the same thing that was done by another person to the same person, like, why isn't it equal, hatred or
Right, because the
Because they need
WikiLeaks
to get
blew.
him here so they can be in control of the situation so he can commit suicide like he should do.
Yes, exactly, or whatever they're gonna do to him. So, but the reason why, Pat, is because the WikiLeaks blowed the hell up. WikiLeaks was one big, huge, the big. It was the big thing. That's another thing they did. They silenced WikiLeaks because WikiLeaks was coming out with stuff all the time, and it was a lot of people looking at this. So whatever the other guy, probably hardly anybody saw it. That was the
what
thing.
was
But everybody saw the WikiLeaks. To the point
it?
that it affected the election that year.
Yeah, well, I mean, is WikiLeaks different than Wikipedia? Because I
Oh,
mean, anybody can publish. No, I'm saying because I mean, like, okay, Wikipedia still has credibility. WikiLeaks is something separate, right?
right. It's totally different. It's that guy, the chick, the it was a what was her name? His name, because he changed to a woman. What was his name? I can't remember his name, but that's the one who that where Julian Assange got those documents from. This guy was in the military and had obviously in like the CIA, like somewhere high in a high enough clearance to have access to these you know classified like documents, you know, and he gave them to Julian Assange, and Julian Assange posted that shit on WikiLeaks. They got his ass too. They locked him up too.
Yeah.
That shows that we're ran by criminals because the person who just tells the truth are the ones that they worried about. And then we totally forget about what the stuff was in WikiLeaks and what it actually said because they don't want to talk
Well,
about that. They just want to talk about, oh, this
not
guy's
everybody.
he's a snitch. He snitched. He's
It,
a traitor. He's a traitor. Kill him. That's how
well,
that's how you
it's
know we're ran by criminals. They're more
well,
concerned about the person who snitched.
I get it, and because I mean, for those who forgot, I mean, this was the stuff that was happening in Benghazi. Some of the Libya, was it some of the stuff that happened in Libya? Because I mean, I think because this was she never, well, we know that she never became president, but she was the Secretary of State when all that stuff happened to Muammar Gaddafi. Um, you know, like there's a lot of stuff that was happening, especially in these African countries that shoot, why we still see some of the destruction even today. So
Yeah.
um a lot of us, some of us have not forgotten because I mean we hold, like, just how she hold a grudge, like.
Let me play some more of this.
President Biden announced new investments for indigenous communities, including $135 million to help 11 tribal communities severely impacted by climate change. 3 of those communities are planning on relocating altogether. Biden spoke Wednesday at the White House Tribal Nations Summit.
There are tribal communities at risk of being washed away by superstorms, rising sea levels, and wildfires raging.
President Biden also vowed to protect Spirit Mountain, or Ame, a safe site for the Fort. Have been pushing for years to designate the area as a national monument. The Justice.
I want to stay on Biden for a second. I have another clip where they asked him about running for 2024, and he's all like,
How
I
much
don't know.
how much stuttering went into that conversation?
Well, he was like, I don't know about that. I don't know about. Hold on. Hold on. Let me see. Let me share this with y'all. Yeah. So I don't think he's gonna run, bro.
I don't
I don't
think
think.
I don't think so. I mean, especially with him knowing Trump gonna run again, bro. He damn near lost his life in that campaign. Like, bro, like man, say, bro, his body, he deserved to rest. Like the dude, almost 80 years old, bro. Like, I mean, he need to lay it down. He just need to, like, he really just need to give up. I mean, I think Trump should give up too, but I think that he has a lot more to fight for personally. You know what I'm saying? Like, he lost. I mean, but I mean,
He could even plan his own retirement party, and then it'd be a surprise party.
oh wow.
Yeah, let me play this. Let me play
That's
this.
Finally. Let's keep it going, okay? Thank you. Thank you all very much. I don't know about that. Thanks.
So somebody said in the audience, they said 4 more years. He was like, I don't know about that. That's the clip.
I mean, bro. Trick Nation, Trick Nation. Like if they did it, it would be for a reason, and something would like if he goes into another term, something would mysteriously happen to him. Kamala would be in office, and then she could still run for president more time. Like that, that would be somewhat the calculation that they would be trying to go for. But man, like they gonna actually kill this dude if they try to send him through another campaign process. Like, but that's the only way that I could see Kamala being in office another time.
Let me play this.
Department is suing Jackson, Mississippi over its failure to provide its 150,000 majority black with safe drinking water. This is Attorney General Merrick.
Color, indigenous communities, and low-income communities often bear the brunt of these harms. As we work to fulfill our responsibility to keep the American people safe, to protect civil rights, we will continue to prioritize cases like this one that will have the greatest impact on communities most burdened by environmental harm.
On Tuesday, the city of Jackson and the Mississippi Health Department agreed to federal oversight of its crumbling water system. In August, city officials issued boil water advisories across Jackson that lasted nearly 7 weeks. In Pennsylvania, the fracking company Coterra Energy has agreed to pay $16.2 million after pleading no contest for polluting the water in and around the community of Dimmock. Coterra, which was previously known as Cabot Oil and Gas, will also pay water bill payments for the impacted residents for the next 75 years.
Damn.
The 2022 Right Livelihood Awards were given out Wednesday at a ceremony in...
See, now they fucked up if they making them pay these people water bills for 75 years, and they lost the suit, and then a lot of people talking about the fracking, and it's like, oh, it's a good thing or whatever, just advanced technology or whatever, but it has an ugly side, and the ugly side is it pollutes all the groundwater.
Well, I think that's it takes a lot of science to get it right, because when you're doing drilling, you're going through all these different layers of dirt, clay, rock, all these different things. And if you don't have the right understanding, yeah, you can screw it all up. But and I think too, like where you're doing it matters. Like that's one of the things that I think they got, because I know what in Ohio and Pennsylvania they got stuff that's going on that's like right near other people's home. Like it might be a rural area, but it's still right near other people's homes where yeah it could be detrimental, and they might not know for a period of time before they realize it's actually screwing with their water source.
Well, the water systems are all connected, so they don't even matter. Sometimes the distance that is going to affect the water is going to be way, way far away from what it's doing.
Stockholm, Sweden. The award is widely known as the Alternative Nobel Prize. Winners included the Somali activist Ilwat Elman, who is recognized along with her mother for their work to bring peace in Somalia.
Somalia right now is facing the worst drought in the last 40 years. More than 1 million people are internally displaced. If immediate action is not taken, we are on the brink of a famine.
Other winners of the 2022 Right Livelihood Awards included the Ukrainian group Center for Civil Liberties, led by Alexandra Matvichuk, the Venezuelan collective Siko Sesola, and the Ugandan Africa Institute for Energy Governance. Visit democracynow.org to watch the Right Livelihood Awards ceremony. And today marks World AIDS Day. UNAIDS is calling for a renewed push to combat the HIV virus after the world turned its focus to COVID-19 and other global crises over recent years. 1.5 million new HIV infections were recorded in 2021, 1 million more than the global target of 500,000, with an estimated death toll of 650,000. UNAIDS also reports dangerous inequalities persist with girls and young women, especially at risk. And those are some.
I hate that they. Anyways, I'm not even gonna comment. Let me read Doc's, because Doc got he must have found the freaking. Let me read this. On January 4th, 2021, UK District Judge Vanessa Barretzer ruled against the United States' request to extradite Assange and stated that doing so would be oppressive. Given concerns over Assange's mental health and risk of suicide, on January 6, 2021, Assange was denied bail pending an appeal by the United States. On the 10th of December 2021, the High Court in London ruled that Assange could be extradited to the U.S. to face the charges. On March 2022, the UK Supreme Court refused Assange permanent.
I don't know.
And this one, he says hydraulic fracturing or fracking is a process that uses high-pressure fluid injections to shatter rock formations and extract natural gas. Fracking has been blamed for leaking millions of tons of methane, greenhouse gas, more potent than carbon dioxide. So that's what I was kind of wanted to say. I'm glad you put this, because you, Pat, you was talking about drilling, and it's not really like drilling. It's very different. And because they can get this sparsed out, spread out. Anyways,
Well,
it's
I mean
super
the
complex and
frac,
technical.
yeah, the fracking process is drilling. It's just that yes, they have, because my sister-in-law is a chemical engineer where she's over projects like that, and that's how I understand it the way I do. But it does have those releases. I mean, I think that, like I said, you're saying that the water sources is going to eventually be affected no matter what, is maybe not as true as we think. I mean, the possibility is always there, but if the science, if they're using the proper science, we don't have just some guys just saying, hey, we're gonna drill here. No, I mean, it takes sampling and this and that and the other. It takes a lot of work to really get it done right, and I think that maybe that's where some of the regulations is probably getting some of the processes is getting skipped if it's getting into the water. Is mainly what I wanted to highlight, because I don't think fracking is bad. It's just,
It's bad, and the process leads to this waste. It does. It leads to this wastewater every time. That's the process. That's how it
every time.
works.
Yeah, every time, right? Every time.
Literally every time, because that's what they use to do the process. And it's this messed up water. Let me read this. It says, not only
Okay.
is fracking bad for our climate, it risks causing air, water, and noise pollution. It uses toxic chemicals that may not be regulated well enough. An accident could mean that these chemicals leak into water supplies or cause pollution above ground. That was Doc's comment.
Is that an opinion or a fact?
That's information.
Hey,
Data.
I do know this here. Hey, I got some real close friends that moved to the Permian Basin, that moved to Odessa on their property, had their well and everything set up, and when fracking was extremely high out that way, bro, they could turn their faucet on and light a match, and the water would just fucking light as it comes out the spout, out the faucet from the fracking. And the thing with fracking is they use a lot of harsh chemicals. I know because I hauled a lot of the chemicals out there. They use a shit ton of different acids and different stuff that's harmful for you to breathe in. You can't even breathe it in. I had to wear a respirator, a fresh air respirator with a tank on my back when I was unloading that shit. And I did that shit for years.
Yeah.
It's supposed to be a way that they use to try to protect, but it's harmful in a lot of ways. But they do actually use fresh water sources, Chaka. They don't use wastewater. They use fresh water sources. The wastewater that they get, they're pumping it out as they're fracking. They
That's what
pump
I'm
that
talking
water
about.
out, and they pump the wastewater out, and they take it to different waste management has several locations around the West Texas area.
They
They
can't
take
get
it and
all of
they
that
pump it.
out.
They pump it in there, and then what they do is they recycle the water, and yeah, they recycle it, and then yeah.
Yeah, they can't
I,
get all that water out because of the process. It's way underground. And
But here's the thing: we talk about fracking, but we don't talk about how much water the fucking refineries use just right there in Houston alone. How much water they use,
yep,
all our freshwater sources, and they have to use all of these different chemicals to purify it and put it back into the damn ship channel.
yep, that's why it
But
stinks over
this
there.
is what, but this what, but nah, but this what people don't tell you. That water, I'm gonna tell you something. When they use that water, because I work for a refinery company, private company, the water that we get in when we purify that water and send it back into the ocean, guess what? The pH level, everything, the alkaline, everything of that water is way higher than what we ever get. And that's
And,
coming from the city. The city water is extremely horrible. We have to purify a lot of that water before we can even make it and put it into our process because we make medical gases for the medical industry, oxygen, nitrogen,
and they
all
can't
that
use
shit.
that shit. So, but look, when I like to go fishing at San Jacinto River, it's right there at San Jacinto Monument. Um, and you can't there's signs out there. Don't eat the fish. It's poisonous.
well, I mean, you got to think too, because I mean, they're picking on fracking to, I think to send a certain message, which, hey, if we need to, do something different, hey, let's do it. But at the same time, I mean, we got to also regulate all of these plants, these chemical plants that's, doing their cleanup. I've worked in some of these places where like a lot of the stuff, like certain chemicals, pesticides, herbal, even, all different types, is getting washed right down the drain and going into a system right along with everything else. So like, we can't just pick on one and leave everybody else out here to, to still screw up the water. Like, I mean, if we're gonna end it, let's end it all together. So I mean,
That that's
but everybody still wants all of their stuff, but You know,
That's a really good point too, because really Graceful just did a video about Roundup and how it's freaking in everybody's blood. Where is it at? 80% of urine samples. Let me play this right quick. It's a short. Well, hold on. Hold on. Let me play this for y'all because we brought this up. And it was and I saw this earlier, and it's interesting because it's kind of, I mean, it's not on the fracking, but it's on what Pat was saying.
Monsanto Roundup, the cancer-causing weed killer, was found in 80% of people's urine in the United States, according to a study.
So here's how they did it. They collected urine samples from people ages 6 and older. And among those people, 80% of those urine samples contained Monsanto Roundup, the cancer-causing herbicide.
but
So
what level? Like, does it say what kind of percentage this exists? Because I mean, regardless, any percentage is
yeah,
too
do
high
we
for
want
me.
it in it? Do we
Yeah,
want any of it? Do we want
yeah.
any of it? Freaking
No, we don't.
the pesticides, and that's the main thing because we got the agricultures and if we talking about polluting the water, this is one of the main. This is probably the main area you want to look at because it's those fertilizers that they use and they get washed into the freaking system and the
Well,
fertilizers and the pesticides.
well, we're saying fertilizer, but fertilizer does not kill people or give, like,
It's the
uh,
chemicals that they're using for
well,
fertilizers. They're using
well,
this
that's, but see, that's the point.
synthesized.
That's the point that I'm getting to. Yeah, synthesize what you're saying, because it's stuff that promotes GMOs. It's not to promote, natural foods. So it has to go like it's, if you're growing natural foods, you could use natural uh, fertilizers. You know what I'm saying? Like,
Yeah.
you wouldn't have to go through all these different processes
because
just to
they
make something.
they deplete all of the nutrients out of the ground because they grow the same as crop every year and then it's fields and fields of the same crop. That's the other part because
Yeah.
different crops use different nutrients out of the soil. You plant all of the same crop in the soil, then that crop is going to take all of that particular nutrient out of this damn soil. So then
Well,
so they want to make a whole bunch of money and they want to make it grow bigger and faster. So they use the synthesized ass chemical ass shit and it's getting all in the water. We're talking about Roundup. She was talking about Roundup though, which is a pesticide. So it that's already designed
well,
to kill something.
was she saying Roundup specifically, or is it any of the Monsanto products?
Well,
Because
Roundup is a Monsanto product. She was talking about
I
Roundup
I know
specifically.
I'm okay. Okay, that's what I'm asking, because that's what I'm saying. Like, is it specifically Roundup? All right.
She
Well,
was saying specifically Roundup.
yeah, yeah. I think it. I might be pushing it, but I believe that's what actually killed one of my really good friends. Is he
Be
was a
careful.
gardener. What?
Yeah, be careful talking
No,
about
no, no,
that.
no, no,
Yeah.
no, no. I got you. But I believe because he was a gardener, he worked on people's yards and he's doing these different things. I believe that's what affected his loss of life, his death. And I'm very,
They got
I
studies. They got a whole bunch of studies related to this, and it's crazy because Monsanto is so powerful, and they got media, and so people don't hear about this stuff. But you can see when they're using these pesticides, the guys got on full fucking hazmat suits while they're freaking spraying this shit. It's
well, I've
fucking toxic.
Bro, I've delivered some of these things. You should see what the farmers are wearing when they go out and they're putting it. They got these huge, these big tractors where they sit above, and they got these big things that's stretched out maybe 30 feet, from end to end, and like they're wearing masks, and like if it gets on your skin, like all these different things. So uh it's it's definitely, it's known how dangerous this stuff is. but they continue to use it. And you would think that with the research that we've been knowing since the early 1900s at the least, maybe longer, because I mean George Washington Carver, you know, talked about the being able to plant different things that will you know give nutrients back to the soil based on what you're planting there. So it's I think that there's other things that we could be doing that we're not utilizing, the just common sense and even the depths of science that could actually, where we don't need products like this. But I think just so that this company can continue and is making money, because what's most important to the people in government is more so what cut they can get and who's willing to give them a cut. And since Monsanto doesn't mind breaking off some change, they'll stick with them, instead of really what's going to help the people. Like, I mean, that's one of the things that, I mean, I think that, I guess, bothers me more is when it's evident that, things could be different, but it's just not because of the greed.
And let's flip to the other side of this, because I already was planning on talking about it. But it's related to this topic because it's the GMOs, and we got Bill Gates now this time.
Gods.
Good evening, Vice Chancellor, Dean, faculties, university staff, students, and distinguished guests. I'm excited to be here at the University of Nairobi. This is the first time in Africa since the pandemic, and even longer since I've been in Kenya. It's an honor, but I was looking forward to it. It's so important to meet people doing the real work, to go to the health clinics, to go to the farms, and understand how people are dealing with today's challenges.
Even in the United States, where Bill Gates is coming from, this is a very contentious issue. And if it is so good, then he needs to go and sell the GMOs in his own country. We cannot be used as guinea pigs.
What's up, family? This is your man, not your boy, Gold Black to Africa. I want to share with you this video that even in Africa, Kenya to be exact, are arguing about GMOs. Those who are working in the parliament, there are those that are for and those are against. But listen to this, it's quite interesting in how they perceive GMO products. Check it out.
When we reach a time when we have no maize in this country, we don't have to import GMO. We can import maize from Uganda. We can import maize from Tanzania. We can import maize from parts of the African countries that grow good maize, madam.
The millers are trying to blackmail farmers that we want to import GMOs so that farmers can bring down their prices. It is wrong. The market forces should be able to control. The farmers should be able to sell now their maize at around 6,000 per 90 kilogram. If that is the price, we'll be able to mop out all the maize that is available there.
To the issue of GMOs. Madam Speaker, one of the members, when they were speaking earlier, was saying that most of us are speaking out of conjecture. Madam Speaker, I'm glad this House has people who are very well educated. My master's I did on intellectual property rights on plant genetic resources. And I can tell you one of the main things I dealt with was GMOs. And I can tell you that even in the United States, where Bill Gates is coming from, this is a very contentious issue. And if it is so good, then he needs to go and sell the GMOs in his own country. We cannot be used as guinea pigs for things that we don't know yet, and the impact as this country. We are already dealing with a high impact of cases of cancer. We don't know if these GMOs are going to cause cancer, or if actually they are the ones contributing to cancer, because some of people still find a way of bringing them in. So, Madam Speaker, let us not use our children and our people as guinea pigs. We are not saying we should completely outlaw, but let us test, let us research. And once it is proven, I want to even thank Dr. Nikal from a health perspective, where you are not sure, where research is giving divergent views, avoid. And I think it's Honorable Beatrice that talked about we have just dealt with COVID. We don't know where COVID came from. For all we know, COVID could have been generated from GMOs. If you actually, because we don't have time, if I actually was able to read for you even how this GMO is generated, I don't even understand how we can even be sitting here thinking about it. And Madam Speaker, there's also one thing that people have talked about here, which I want to stress, that we want to kill our farmers. In India, when these issues came, farmers were lighting themselves and dying because their livelihoods were being threatened. Why? Because of intellectual property rights. Once these seeds are produced, you cannot regrow the seeds. You must buy the seeds all the time in order to plant. What does that mean? That all our farmers will be buying seeds from the US all the time, from other countries all the time.
That's the main part. The squeeze, bro. They squeeze the freaking farmers, the GM with the GMO shit. And and then it pushes those prices down too, So that and then that way the smaller farmers can't even compete. The ones that aren't using the GMOs, they have to sell their stuff at whatever price they have to sell it at, and they can't compete with
I'd
these.
rather pay the higher prices.
That's what we need to get people to be thinking, because but they got a strong foothold in the United States. It's a wrap over here. So, but they trying to export that shit into Kenya, and Kenya is like, nah, we not trying to have that shit.
Hey, bro, you know what I feel? I hear Pat say all the time that we need to get back into our own farming and creating farming for our communities and shit. But I'm gonna tell you something, man. Like I don't remember, like I didn't hear something exactly along the lines that actually said this, but it rung a bell with me. Like I wouldn't be surprised if we did, say communities start doing that shit, right? Buying up this land, start growing crops, non-GMO seeds, all organic seeds, and things of that nature. I believe that these motherfuckers would come and destroy that shit, bro. Will come and
Well,
destroy your fucking crops, man.
they
Especially
would
if you
try.
tell them no. When they come to you
Well,
and say, "Hey, we want you to plant this," and you, nah, fuck that. I ain't putting that shit on my land.
well,
Like,
Yes.
look at how they
they
killed the farmer. Look how they killed that farmer up there in what was it, Montana or Idaho back in the day? They shot and killed him. They had the whole fucking state force come down, dude,
But they
and
don't have to
snipe
kill
this
them.
guy, bro,
They don't have to
because he
kill them like
refused to do that shit.
the lady was just saying. The farmers was killing themselves. They don't have
well,
to go kill them.
but that's within a different culture, because like that's happening the way it is because of where they were in India, and that's a part of, like certain things are not right, they'll take their own life. But however, I think that one of the things, because I mean, just to highlight what Deuce just said, is they have they're right now, if they hadn't already, trying to pass a bill where you have to register even a garden that you have, a small garden, not even a farmer, having to actually let the government know that you're growing stuff. But
Yeah.
I believe that anybody who tries to replicate I mean, especially with Americans being the least healthy people on the planet, like you have to be a special kind of fool to try to duplicate what we're doing. I think that we need to go back to some of our older ways, and get back. Like, I mean, nature is very important. You know what I'm saying? We got to get back to the realness of what our planet provides for us. And the longer that we go with these man-made created ideas, uh we're gonna continue to fail.
Yeah.
So
That's just like I don't know if y'all heard this shit, dude, but I was reading something. My wife had I can't man, I was looking for the article while I was offloading while y'all were talking earlier, but I wanted to send it to Chuck, but I can't find it. But do you know that the whoever is over like Medicaid medicines and stuff like that, they're right now they got a law where they're trying to vote to get it passed to do away with homeopathic medicines. all of this sea moss and all of these different homeopathic deals that are known to cure people of illnesses and all of this shit. They're trying to ban that in the United States, where that shit will be illegal for sale in the United States.
Yeah,
Well,
because the
say, but
USDA won't approve that shit, but they
well,
approving these damn experimental as. Remember we talked about the damn cloned meat. Not
yeah,
cloned meat. I'm sorry. Not cloned meat. Fucking lab meat, where they freaking making it
yeah.
in the lab with cells.
Well,
Yeah,
well, bro,
you using
if
tilapia,
we're
nigga.
not
That's a lab fish. Tilapia
look,
is not a real fish breed.
no, it's not, and it's actually they use tilapia to actually clean wastewater. But
Tilapia is a Vietnamese catfish.
well, you can call it what you want, but I know what they use it for. They use it to clean wastewater.
Well,
So they
yeah,
put
because
they
catfish are bottom feeders. They all
yeah,
are.
yeah. But
See, I learned about this back when they passed a law that only catfish breeds that are grown in America can be called catfish here in America.
well, I
Since
mean,
it's still the same family, and technically it is a catfish, but they have to call it
okay,
tilapia by its name because it's not sourced from the U.S.
Hmm.
gotcha.
And confuse the
Well,
consumers too.
well, um,
Keep sales of
I was
American catfish up, and catfish farmers can charge a higher price.
Mm.
makes sense. Um, I bro, I think that we gotta really step up our game because I mean this woman said so many things that's really key to just essential living. You know what I'm saying? Like, there's a lot of things that's uncertain about what we've been doing, and because really for them, all they got to do is really look at what we've been doing here, like the conditions of the people. You
Right.
know what I'm saying? So like the research, like all of the research that you need done is done.
Yeah.
you know
And
and if they and her saying like even it's like to her like she said like do we even need to be here talking about this like
yeah.
you know
Well, Bill Gates was over there trying to sell it to him, so he's
well
got all his money, and I'm sure media, the newspapers or TV, radio ads is going to work on a lot of the people.
Well,
well
remember, Bill Gates is one of the largest owners of farmland in the world right now, and he's, I believe, the largest owner of American farmland.
Yes, yes, yes. So what does that have to do with the whole GMOs and all
well
and pinching out the prices and pinching out the rest of the farmers?
now yeah, Doc is getting closer to one of the thoughts I was having earlier. It's just like, all right, there's a lot of things that he's involved in, and when we look at the triangulation of what he's doing, like, is it beneficial to humanity? Does he, like,
Is that really what he up to? And he's over
you know,
there in Kenya, and Kenya is like, nah, we're not feeling you and this
a
GMO
high
shit.
a high concentration of black people? Because I mean, I don't think that they really like, like they do care about the race thing. Because I mean, but at the same time, they
It's
want
money.
to they
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 done
want to
already
kill.
did
No,
it here in the
no,
States.
the money don't matter. The money does not
Power.
matter. It's control, and they can control the world with less people. And believe me, they plan on killing a bunch of white people too, but there's way more black people on the planet than there are anything else.
Well, it's the
So the
power, because
cost
if you controlling the food supply, if you controlling the seeds, you controlling the damn farmers, bruh. Ain't no weapon gonna defeat that.
well, yeah, and then if they can get you to feed yourself the weapon, then the half of their job is done, and then they create more power, more money to be able to recycle it somewhere else. So like, Kenya really needs to stick to their guns, and hopefully other countries or states near in Africa will reject it, because really we need to get to the point where we can reestablish ourselves to where we're because I mean land can be, we can, rejuvenate our land to be able to grow what we need to. But allowing them to continue to grow these GMOs and using the products that they're using, it's going to eventually have most of the farmland,
and how
non-barren.
genius is it, or diabolical is it, to have seeds that produce plants that don't produce any more seeds, so the farmers have to keep buying the seeds from you. Like,
Bro,
oh my God.
yeah, you know how many times they had to process it to get it to do that?
Oh my God. And how against nature is that? Because everything that, wants to recreate itself, it's like that's like the whole process of the universe, what we talk about all the time. Passing
Yeah.
down your genes, living
Yes.
on. You're not even living on, because it's a whole new set of seeds now.
Well, yeah, but I mean, I think that if we did that with a few products, a few different things, because I mean, you know, shoot, corn, is one of those things that happens with. So, like, they're able to create fuels with it. So, okay, even though I mean, I had to, really stop eating it so much, but like, we really shouldn't eat as much corn as we have been, but it still can be used for something else that doesn't have to come out of the 100 feet from under the ground to get some kind of a fuel.
Yeah,
You know
but
what I'm
I don't
saying?
like that. That's part of the reason. We're talking about we're talking about the pesticides. We're
Well,
talking about the
I I know,
fertilizers, and we're
I
talking
know.
about taking the nutrients out of the soils. Growing a whole bunch of damn corn is exactly that.
Well, I hear you. I'm just saying that, okay, if we're gonna do it, if we're gonna grow those things, we can do it at a minute level. We don't have to be doing like everything, because I mean,
We're not
watermelon.
gonna be
I'm
growing.
more I'm more upset about like the watermelon no seeds, because I mean, bro, like that's the most nutritious food that a human can have.
So yeah. So then they're taking all the nutrients. Everything is watered down and less nutrients and
A
less
real, yeah, a
less
real
everything.
watermelon. A real watermelon. That just to be clear, because a real watermelon produces seeds. A seedless watermelon is just a fake watermelon.
I want to
It's not.
hear
Yeah.
a little bit more of the Africans complaining about Bill Gates and the trying to bring the GMOs, and then I'm gonna play a little piece of his comments. But maybe I'll jump to his comments. Hold on, I'll play a little bit more, and then I'm gonna jump to his comments.
Migration, Uganda, and other countries, Madam Speaker, we can import maize that is not GMO. Madam Speaker.
There was a ban in 2010 of GMO issued by the then minister. I think it was Bet Mugo. That ban has submitted for when the
Hold on.
I was wondering, is it just
Comments.
me?
lead to is the broader sense of any organism that has been transformed.
Check it out. What do you think? Always has to life. Those are for or those who are against. Now, I hope that these Africans who are
People
there
that's
in
for
each one of
get
these
paid.
countries that we'll have to discuss about GMOs realize it is a European concept. Europeans have always been against nature. Europeans, they will fight to change man into woman, woman into man. They will cross the boundaries of how we eat. They will cross the boundaries in how we live. They will cross the boundaries way beyond than what the creator has created. What is wrong with keeping food natural? We overproduce food anyway. For if you have an economical system in place on farms, the bugs have its place too to help out with production of foods. The bugs do eat, but the bugs do also pass on pollens to foods in order for them to bring forth more fruit. You have worms in the ground that, yes, will eat some of the crops, but it is healthy for the soil. These
The
things are not being
worms.
spoke about, but they're very important to the system that is in place when it comes to producing food. Let's keep everything natural beyond than what the European wants.
Comments.
That's the thing that cause I remember when I used to go fishing. We used to go fishing as a kid. Like we could just walk like 20 feet from the house, and take a little spoon and move some dirt, and there's all worms that we can use to go fishing with, bro.
Yeah.
I don't like. I'm really like. When was the last time you actually
Yeah.
could
Where
get?
where are the worms? And crickets. We used to go catch the crickets to go fishing with. Same thing. And I
Yeah,
remember not that long ago here in Houston where I would see rabbits all the time at dusk and dawn.
yeah.
Everywhere, literally everywhere in people's backyards and stuff. Like
Well, I
I don't
still
see
wake
the
up and see
rabbits.
I still wake up and see rabbits in the front yard when I'm in Austin. So but well, I say Austin. Well, I'm outside of Austin. But either way, I definitely like when he said that. Like the ecology is off. The ecosystem is definitely off, and I believe that it has a lot to do with the GMO systems that's been going on. Because I mean, as a kid, bro, like it was. I mean, that was the way to get you. That was the way to get your worms to go fishing with. You didn't have to go to some tackle store, do it like nowadays. If you want to get worms, you really have to go somewhere, and then how much they cost? Like, cause they
Yeah, you
must be, they're rare.
They, it is a little bit. I still buy worms to go fishing sometimes. I go to Lake Houston, and worms, even though they're messy, it's a pretty good bait. And yeah, they are kind of expensive in there. I don't know what they got farms though. They grow them. Let me
That's what,
read some comments. It
but that's
says,
that's well, that's unnatural too. That's the whole point. That's what I'm just saying. Like having to have a farm where they should just be abundant everywhere.
yeah.
Yeah.
Let me read this comment. It says, this was excellent information, and to see it talked about in Parliament was also great. However, why is Bill Gates promoting this in Africa? I agree with the lady who said, let him do it in America and do not use us as guinea pigs. Leave our African farmers alone.
We've already been the guinea pigs. That's why it shouldn't be such a hard thing to figure out for them. You know, those who are, I think the ones that's saying that, yeah, we should do this, you know, we need to look strongly at them. They should be looking strongly at them because it's like, okay, did you get a check? Like, did Bill Gates give you something? You know what I'm saying? Like, he has touched some people in that parliament to, the way they always do. I mean, just like what they would do here in America as far as lobbying. So,
Yeah.
um,
Let me read some more comments. It says, you don't have to look farther to see that GMOs and frankenfoods have caused obesity in the US. I
mhm.
pray that Kenya does right thing and reject all GMOs.
And
Another comment. Go
we
ahead.
gotta, we gotta also think too that these things weaken our immune system. You know what I'm saying? The illness, because I mean, if you think everybody around the world that had, that was involved in the pandemic, Africans was the least that was involved, except for like South Africa, which has a heavy presence of Europeans. So I mean, I think that the healthy food, like the more natural and nutritional foods that they have available, allows them to have a strong immune system, that if they did get any around, because I'm assuming that everybody was subject to it, that their bodies fought it off way better than anybody else around the world, especially Americans or anybody who has any involvement with because I mean, like I said, our health is, on the large, like our health is horrible around the world. Like we're the fattest people on the planet. here in America, and it's not just because we're rich. It's because we choose to eat the wrong things.
Let me read some more. It says 329 timestamp. If it's so good, then let him sell it to his own country. We cannot be used as guinea pigs. I love that sister for saying that. God bless her forever. Another comment. This is exactly the reason the colonizers didn't want our people to read and learn. Africa unite and become self-sufficient. Hallelujah. Another comment. Thank you for this video. Here in America, we never get to see our brothers and sisters in Africa standing up against GMOs.
Or anything. I'm surprised we were able to see that.
Read some more. Another comment. It says, try that in Haiti also. Research what it does to the bees and what it does to nearby organic farm produce. Don't fall for GMO. Another comment, it says, GMOs are banned in Europe. This is due to fears that GMOs have the potential to cause harm to human and animal health and ecosystems, as well as
What?
dramatic reduction in plant diversity. If the Europeans won't sell it in their country, don't let them sell it to yours. I think they're banned in Russia too. I don't think there's any GMOs in Russia either.
I'm thinking about moving to Russia.
You sound like Kanye. I guess we ought to go to this. I've been trying to avoid Kanye's comments because it's so hard. And this is sensitive stuff. And I one of the things that the comment Kanye said when he was like, "Man, I don't read books because it's like eating broccoli to me." That part kind of like keeps on ringing in my head the more and more. And I really didn't want to cover Kanye because he's all in the fucking news again. Did y'all see this stuff? He done went viral again. He was
It's
up
not gonna
there with
stop.
Alex Jones. Where do I have this? I think I have it on Twitter. I have to cover it. I mean, I really
Well,
didn't want to, but here we go. But he made some comments, and one of the things I agree with what he said was, it's like, we should be able to take the information from the person. Like, you can't just label somebody as bad and say that everything they did is bad and not acknowledge any of the good stuff they did. But the problem with that comment is he was talking about Hitler, and you know how sensitive everything is with that. And really, the whole reason why he did that is because he's still on that, fucking with the
but,
Jew. He's
but
trolling. He's trolling.
no, he's not trolling, and I think people don't really have enough information of why even any of this stuff started happening. Because like we get one group of people who supposedly, because I mean, and like we don't want to say like the people in the whole, but the people in power in the group that they're talking about has been causing havoc everywhere they go. And
And
nobody wants
that's
that. No, and you can't. And if you acknowledge it and you speak about it, they have so much power that they can rape you and rob you and bring you down to nothing, so that you'll have to focus on
to
something else
to
other than them.
to the point where I'm kind of scared to even play this clip. I ain't gonna lie. I am not gonna lie. I'm scared to play this clip.
Well, I'm just on
Y'all
too much realness. I don't like.
check
I
it
don't
out.
really.
I'm not afraid nobody finna come to me. I'm afraid I ain't gonna have no show. Here, let me play this.
You're not a Nazi. You don't deserve to be called that and demonized.
Well, I see things about Hitler also. I love everyone, and Jewish people are not going to tell me you can love, us, and you can love what we're doing to you with the contracts, and you can love what we're pushing with the pornography. But this guy that invented highways, invented the very microphone that I use as a musician, you can't say out loud that this person ever did anything good, and I'm done with that. I'm done with the classifications. Every human being has something of value that they brought to the table, especially Hitler.
You're not a Nazi. You don't deserve to be called that and demonized.
Well, I see good things about
Why is
Hitler
he having
also.
this mask on?
I love everyone, and Jewish people are not going to tell me you can love, us, and you can love what we're doing to you with the contracts, and you can love what we're, what we're pushing with the pornography. But this guy that invented highways, invented the very microphone that I use as a musician, you can't say out loud that this person ever did anything good. And I'm done with that. I'm done with the classifications. Every human being has something of value that they brought to the table, especially Hitler.
Okay. This was a retweet. It says fascism is capitalism in decay, and we're all trapped in the US. Celebrities are openly praising Hitler, stage of capitalism.
What if we were lied to? I mean, which I know we were, but I'm just saying. Like, I mean, just let's just give it just a hypothetical that we were lied to about what really happened and why, Hitler was upset with this group of people. Did 6 million people really die? Did all of this, or was all of this, or did they die on paper? Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, was it more so like what they did to us here in America, where they said that these people are extinct when we still exist, that they just changed us from being, what we were before into, black, Negro, colored, or whatever else they want to call us? I mean, there's a lot of different things that I think that people have to, without me saying what, I think I know, but just to give more questions about, okay, he was such a great leader to all of a sudden to, you know, now being the most horrible person in history because of this event. So it's just, we can't allow ourselves to continue to get fooled by the same people, the people that's in power now, to tell us their tell the history of
Well,
what.
that's why one of the main things I do is study history. Like, I'm so into it. And like, that's what will help you, give you context to things. That, not to say Hitler was a good guy, I'm not at all, but
Well,
comparison to others, and you wonder why he is the one that's made out to be the greatest villain of history.
but
But
listen,
there's some guys out there that did some things that was pretty damn horrible, that
but
that can really contend, and you wonder why that's the name that you're taught that's the worst ever.
look, there's a comment that Hitler made that, it says the real Jews are black people. So with him making that comment, I'm sure, you know, pissed a bunch of people off, because, like, really Judaism, like being a Jew, is supposed to be more related to a belief system. And as from what I understand, and then, like, it's not necessarily a nationality. So I mean, if we going by that, like, you know if tomorrow I decide to make Judaism my religion, and now I'm a Jew, like, they're not going to accept me, because they've made a narrative that it's only these groups of people. I mean, and even like, it's so messed up that if you're dumb enough like me to go and look up the definition of what Semitic is, and then anti, and put them together, how could any group of black person, really any person on the planet, really, how could they really be anti-Semitic if you understand what these definitions are?
let,
So
let, let me
it's
read
insane
some
to me.
these is underneath the tweet right here. This one, it says, yeah, that's definitely the causative explanation for all this. Another another comment, it says, a long time ago, communism and fascism had an affair, got pregnant, and gave birth to globalism, which grew up into totalitarianism.
What?
Let me read another one. That's really interesting. Let me read another matter of fact, I want to copy this and put it in the comments because that's too good.
I need to get on that page. Whatever you on, I need to make some comments on that page. Nah.
Man, I'll be into this. Let me read another comment. It says, "Did anyone have Hitler is good on their 2022 bingo card?"
Okay.
Another comment, it says, "To be fair, capitalists were openly praising him before 1940. They even named him Man of the Year." Another comment, it says, "Henry Ford was a celeb." Another comment, it says, "I have once heard someone say fascism is capitalism with a human face, and it's stuck in my head ever since."
Wow.
Couple more before I go, because there's another Kanye clip, and it's really crazy. Let me read this one. It says, "The random clip of American History X playing during the diatribe feels like an on cinema at the cinema, but yeah, I don't know why they use that clip in there. That throw me off a lot too." Anyways, that just blew my mind. I'm totally thrown off because I don't know why they put that clip in there. Let me read another one. It says, "I'm trying to figure out the worst thing is all of this. Kanye associating himself with Alex Jones. What Kanye is saying, the American History X clip, or the fact that Alex Jones still has a show. Holy F." Yeah, man, like it's so confusing. And then he's
Bro,
got a
but
mask on. Like, what is going? I'm so
bro,
confused.
but
Are
you
we
know
getting
this
punked right now? Is this an SNL skit?
yeah,
Like, what is
yeah.
happening?
Well, it's not. I don't think it's an SNL skit, but yes, we are getting punked, and that's if we believe the mainstream. Like that's one of the things that like scares me is that people actually still believe in our mainstream media. Our sources of information that is prescribed for us, and like bro, like a lot of times just asking yourself some good quality questions and having the nerve to try to answer them will open you up a lot more than you have in the past. So I mean, my thing is that they through religion they have tried to control us into this whole believing in this blasphemy. You ask too many questions, that's against God. And they feel to some extent that like, or we should think that they're our God, like we have to entrust in them to fix our problems, to give us food, to get, which a lot of us has allowed that to be. But bro, if we are not careful, bro, if we don't become adults, like stop screaming I'm a minor already, you know a minority, you're saying you're a child and you need somebody to do everything for you. Like that's, oh my God. Like, and that's why they're trying to create more of them, more minorities, people that were, that can easily be, a part of the dominant society class just because of skin color, are also opting to be minorities. Like it's bro, it's insane. We're looking for civil rights instead of just human rights. Like, can I live? Can I just live? Like, okay, yes, I did the law. I broke the law. All right, I'll take some circumstances or for that. But other than that, leave me the hell alone.
I'm looking for the clip. They got the whole interview is up here. It looks like. But I want the clip where he uses like a. What did he say? He was talking about Netanyahu, and he called him. What did he call him? And then he had like a little. What did he have? Oh my God, where is this at? I have to find this because I talked about it, so I have to find it. Uh, it was like he's trolling for sure. Like, let me see if I can find this shit.
Who's trolling? You talking about Kanye, or is this something different?
I'll tell you, I got a question for you.
Yeah, go
Did
ahead. I'm
any
still looking for this shit.
did any of you guys like Michael? What was his name? Michael Rappaport. Did y'all like him?
He's a sucker.
Well,
But
the internet is turning. The internet is turning on him.
You see the shit that he said about fucking about Kanye, bro? Like
Not,
that dude,
not the
that man.
latest stuff, but some of it.
Yeah.
Well, that's the thing is that I mean, I think everybody's got a political ploy, and that's why we're seeing a lot of extremist behavior, and that's from every angle. Because I mean, in the beginning, because I still somewhat support Kanye, but I'm drawn away from it because like the further we go into it, he's doing some very stupid and erratic, like he's trying to create a base. Like, I mean, honestly, him trying to become president, he needs to just sit his ass down. Like he was, if he was smarter, he would have just shut the hell up and used the money that he was getting through these companies to support somebody who could push the issues that he really wants to address. Like, everything does not have to be, but he's too much of a superstar to take the back road. He wants to be out front. He wants to take credit for it all. You know what I'm saying? That's where I think his biggest problem is that, he's too much of his ego is a problem.
Everybody's playing that one clip. I want the other one. Where did I see it?
I
Damn it, I
thought you was
can't
gonna
find
take
it.
on the name of yesterday's show, the ego being the problem. Ego is his problem right now.
Yeah. Yeah, you're right. I'm just searching for this damn clip and I cannot find it. Cause freaking he even had Alex Jones uncomfortable, bro. He was clearly uncomfortable.
Well,
Damn, I can't
but
find
you
it.
but you know what? It's a lot of things should somewhat be clear to people is that they had Alex Jones on the stand, and they asked him certain questions that he did not avoid, and guess what? He not in jail for any of that. And a lot of the stuff, those fines that they're saying that he's gonna have to be responsible for, he's just gonna appeal it, and then somebody's gonna say, yeah, no, that was ridiculous, you don't have to pay anything. Like, all of that stuff is to try to, like, they know that he was gonna would appeal it, and but just to get the public to believe that they did something about him. that's that was the whole process. Like, we have to not keep falling for the same old crap over and over and over again. The same playbook, like the what was from back Back to the Future, where oh boy had the almanac. Like, everything is already written in stone, and they're using the same shit to get wins now. You know what I'm saying? Like, this is even more
I
stressful.
cannot find I cannot find it. It's really frustrating me. That's why I don't like to look up stuff live. I usually have all my stuff ready. I thought I had it and I can't find it, and it's got me super frustrated.
Well, that's fine. I mean, if it's not in the stars, I mean,
Yeah, I guess not. I guess I need to let it go. Let it go, let it go, let it go.
yeah, man.
He's,
But
he gave Netanyahu like a nickname, and and Alex Jones was like, "Are we
I,
talking to the real Yay? Is because the mask? We don't even know who you are." Like, it's so cringe.
bro, bro, it's insane. And but like, some of the things that I've heard, because I mean, if he would calm the hell down, if he could just sit his ass down, because like, he would be the new Michael Jackson. You know,
Mm.
right now, if he could really, just at some point shut the hell up. But I think with him making so much noise and saying this and saying that is what is keeping him alive. Um, but overall, I think that because he's, you know, he keeps coming out. Like the more he shows his face, the more opportunity he gets to look foolish. Like, bro, like
I cannot find that clip. Maybe they took it down. Because all it is that one clip. Where did I see it? Anyways, freaking Alex Jones was creeped out, bro. Like, he clearly was like freaking out. Hold on, was it this? Hold on. Hold on, let me see. Am I sharing this? Let me see. It might be in this one. I don't remember where I saw it. That's the problem. Is this it? Rational National.
About Hitler.
Kanye West has had one possible, but to be honest, a lot.
This guy.
So what to say here?
Everyone and Jewish people are.
My bad, y'all. I'm looking to see.
Especially Hitler.
Microphone, I'm not sure.
Especially.
I don't think
Nazis.
All right.
Nazis.
Just because you don't like one.
Yeah, I don't like the word evil next to Nazis. I think my man.
Oh man, I have to disagree with that.
And
I'm looking for the one I want, and I don't know if it's in here. Fuck. I'm sorry.
Forced laughter to some of these comments.
Anyways, my arms are tired now, so I'm giving up. I'm gonna go back.
Does anybody think it's weird that Nazi is in the name of these Jewish people, Ashkenazi? Like, that's not weird at all. I don't know. This is just some of the silly questions I ask myself. You know, I know I'm stupid. You know, but
I'm so frustrated with myself right now. Okay, whatever.
Is it strange that the people that we call Israel actually come from the same place in Ukraine? Ukraine used to be Khazaria, and the people in Israel got put right back. Well, no, Ukraine now that gets the same kind of support that Israel has. I don't know, bro. It's just a lot.
Doc says he helped found Volkswagen, so all those lefties and their Beatles bugs need to get rid of them now.
Wait a minute, hold on. I'm Doc. Are you working or like what's going? Like, cause you hadn't. Your mic was working so great last night. I'm thinking we got a new voice.
It was probably the background noises and stuff. Cause remember.
Okay. No, I mean
I've got two people in the room that have to be at work early, so I'm trying to not talk so much.
Well, I was sure that there was a good reason, but you know, I enjoyed it last night that we actually got to had to talk, you talking and all this and that, which the messages are fine, but you can really feel your thoughts straight from your mouth, but it's all good.
Yeah, it doesn't get lost in interpretation.
Yeah, it sometimes it does, but we know you, we know your heart. The people, I don't know.
You just try to figure out a better way to find out if what I'm saying is just being a smartass or not.
Well, in most cases, I don't care because I enjoy it. Because I mean, but I think I find more challenges of perspective from my homie at the top, Mr. Chaka, but I don't know. You know what? You kind of surprised me a little bit last night too, because I don't know what happened between the last time you were on and last night, but you really you got some disdain for Trump at this point, huh?
Oh, I've never really liked him. I mean, if you remember, I always refer to him by his number and not his name.
Well,
But
well,
you know,
I get.
stupid is as stupid does, and he's being stupid right now.
Yeah, but I mean, we can't really say much different about anybody else that's held that same seat in the last few terms. So, I mean,
Hey,
just because they sound good, don't mean that they
hey,
are.
I still stand behind the good things that I have said about him because he didn't do near as bad as everyone wants to say he did.
No, no,
They
you're
just
right.
want to hate.
Yeah, but I mean, I can't say that you were necessarily wrong, but I was just kind of surprised because I didn't recall that being the last messaging that I heard from you about 4 or 5.
Yeah, that's because we always be talking about specific topics, and then we say what you know
Yeah, yeah.
what we
No,
agree with or don't.
I know because I mean, most people would probably think because I mean, I don't hate him, but I think that my realization of what's actually written on paper is way different than what is heard from different people's voice. The messaging that we hear throughout the news, throughout media, like
Well,
his actual policies actually,
I think he's too tainted now.
huh?
I think he's too
Tainted.
tainted now. I mean, no matter what, there's going to be no cooperation with him. He's too polarizing of a figure to go for president again.
Well, I don't think that he's gonna make it to primary. Well, I mean, he's not gonna make it through the primaries, but I think he will run.
Oh no! All this stuff going on is to try to get him on a federal felony to do an impeachment because it happened while he was president, and them decide that he can't run for public office again. Bam,
Well,
he's out.
That's what they're
They're
trying
going
to
to
do,
wait.
but I don't think they're going to
but
They're going to
succeed
wait.
in
but
that.
see, but
They're
that's
going
the
to wait
thing.
to do that till right before or right when he's declared the main guy, so they can knock the whole election into shambles.
And then I don't even
Well,
think they can do that now. That because that's why I think that's another reason why he announced his
yeah.
candidacy so early, because that probably gives him an out legally. He's a candidate for the president of the United States right
Well, I
now.
don't. I
All
look
that
at
does
I
is
look at it.
protect him. That
I,
protects him from malicious investigation and investigation for the purpose of discrediting him. It
no,
doesn't really stop anything that's going on already.
no.
It may
Listen,
stop the January 6th bullshit.
bro. Well, he's not. He should have done that. He should have taken more effort to stop all that stuff. But we can't prove that he actually, created that issue. But my thing is that I believe that he continues with what he's doing because they have nothing, just like they've never had anything on him. It's all been hearsay and like assumption, never any proof. And it can't, from the
I don't know about
beginning.
that. They
From,
classified fucking documents at your house, and look. So
but
I
what?
think that him running protects him, and then if he wins,
But what's
it's
the
game over on all of those cases.
But listen, what
They're
those
not gonna be able
classified
to get him.
were those classified documents something that was gonna incriminate him or someone else? Like that's like the anger for
That's
them
all
to
beside the point.
it's really
It's
not.
Well,
against the law.
some of it
It's
was about nuclear stuff, like nuclear things and stuff like that about other countries. Nothing about our country, though.
It doesn't matter. It's against the law to remove these freaking documents, and anybody else that would have done that shit would have already been thrown under the damn bus.
well,
And
see,
he
but he was
himself
president,
passed a
but he was
law to make the punishment harder for it. He did
well,
that.
but him being the president can make those documents unconfidential, like you
They
know
they got people in Guantanamo Bay right now for way, way, way less, and they've been there for years and years and years.
Well, yeah, but I mean, the people that they want to put in Guantanamo Bay, because see, overall, he is one of them. And because he is a nationalist, because he believes in America first, and the rest of them believe in no, let's save the world before we save ourselves, is their biggest fight. So, they have some, big, ideology differences, but they are of the same bloodline. They are the same people. He just feels like, let's just we can do what we've been doing. We can control a lot of shit around the world, but we're gonna make sure America's great first, instead of giving up everything to China or whoever else that y'all have.
But like I said before, all that looks like is corruption. You got Biden getting investigated, his son getting investigated, you got Trump getting investigated. These are all real investigations that are being done by the freaking,
Bro, I'm gonna say this. Everybody down there has some dust on their sleeves at the least. They a lot of the things that's been going on for the last few decades is not new news to any of them. But this is really, I believe, is to control the narrative. Like, this is more so to be able to
smells like
muddy the
corruption.
water.
How do you
Well,
think the other countries see
I
this?
think something's about to hit the Democratic Party, because the Crypt Keeper's stepping down, and so are a bunch of the older Democrats. I think something's about to shake the trees there.
Why
they
you
might be
think
afraid of
Pelosi
something. Yeah,
Pelosi is on the run?
Yeah, I think that you might be touching on something,
That's
because
why. That's why they staged that shit with Pelosi husband talking about he got attacked. Now all of a sudden she's stepping down. What the? Yeah, nah.
nah, I don't
Then they
think that
have.
that's part of the conspiracy with that. But as far as what Doc was saying related to them being smart enough to know when the ship is sinking, they jumping ship. That's what they're doing, and they're putting up their, puppet, like, they're peons. They're putting the peons up there to take the fall,
Take the money and run.
yeah, and they're cashing out they freaking FTX, cashing out all their crypto.
Yes, a lot, all that, because I mean their hands is in everything. I mean, what about the whole, like, the groceries, bro? Like, them trying to monopolize our food, like, it's so many different things that's going on that, like, just to have that conversation, like, we really, like, that'll be like a month-long series. You know what I'm saying? Like,
Hey,
but
the run for the freeloaders is coming to an end, and this is not the first
but
time I heard this talk. You
but
know,
listen, the what AOC was her comment we read earlier, that you put up earlier, that speaks volumes too.
Yeah.
Like,
It's that's what the future of the Democratic Party is. Let's have a conversation about the impact of the you know black
this
guy
decision.
being a Speaker of the House.
Yeah, because she would have, she's on that greed side now. Like, she's become like this figure that,
It's
now she
all
really.
optics. It's all emotional. It's all identity politics. It's all like the voters is like they're looking at the younger voters now, because that's
Yeah.
what happened right here in 2022
Well,
in the midterms. They're looking at the younger voters, and they're thinking about how they can move them, right?
how it's
And
gonna
then
look. Yeah. Go
and
ahead.
so they move them with these emotional, like, oh, let's have a conversation about the impact of, and then let's do a whole class on it and talk about it for 6 months or
Well,
some shit.
but
And it's
listen.
like, meanwhile, the status quo continues. They still running out the back door with the bag, and nothing
Yes.
changes.
And listen, like, because I mean, the Democratic Party, they have different faces, but they're easily controlled. Now it's got the point where, okay, we can have the KKK in blackface, like actual black people who will push the the narrative of, because I mean, Democratic Party is still like the origins and the ideology is still the same. And if they can give it a different look and keep the same ideology and the same agenda, I mean, who's losing? The same people who've always lost in this, and that's the people, all people. You know what I'm saying? When the focus is not us, because this is our government that we're supposed to run, and we're giving them, you know what I'm saying? Like, is the government is not supposed to restrict us anymore. It's supposed to restrict them. And when that starts to change, that's when, or well, it's already changed, but uh if we don't get a hold of it, man.
I can't I can't stay on much longer. It's one more story I want to cover here. It's a news story. Uh, but the headline is what catches your eye. Where is it? Instagram. Okay. The headline is what catches your eyes. Middle school student treated for possible overdose. That's what caught my eye. And so, but come to find out, it's marijuana. But anyway,
14 years old and
check
were
it out.
found to be in mild to moderate distress. 7 were taken to area hospitals. 3 others were released at the scene.
We know people's concern this time of this day and age is with fentanyl. This has no indication of being fentanyl related. It's possibly edible cannabis. It's too early to tell.
A team of Los Angeles police officers and school personnel searched every classroom looking for more affected children, but they found no other students. Fentanyl was rolled out in this case. Authorities say it was marijuana gummies, but there is heightened alert here. Nora, since the beginning of the school year, at least 13 LA students have overdosed on fentanyl.
That's scary. Danya Bacchus, thank you so much.
It's the horror porn, and you see how they escalate the comments. Like, they make it sound like it's way more than what it is. It wasn't fentanyl, but it could have been fentanyl, and we're afraid of fentanyl. And let's talk about fentanyl, but it wasn't fentanyl. Fentanyl.
I'm more disturbed that there's been 13 overdoses of fentanyl in the last couple of years, and that whole story was about someone got a hold of mommy's bag of gummies.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. This is the media, and so when they talk
we're
about
talking about the Wild Wild West right now too, because I mean, if you think about all of the things, like just imagine the emotional stress, the mental health that's going on with children because the adults are fucked up.
we're talking about the name of the show today is self-medicated.
Yes.
Self-medicated.
Yeah, that shit helps. Hey man, I ain't gonna lie. I mean, I still have my little drinks and stuff like that, but therapy, actually going to therapy, bro, and doing those sessions that I did for about 6 months actually really helped. But I haven't been back in a while. But yeah, that self-medicating thing, like I didn't realize that shit till like you brought it up. But like I noticed, like yeah, like the different tactics that I use to get through like high stress, or if I feel depressed, I don't really like resort to like drinking or drugs or nothing like that. I mean, I still have a few drinks or whatever, but it's more so like I notice like in those times it's like a higher sex drive. My wife always asks me like, "Man, what the hell wrong with you?" But it's a form of self-medicating, bro. Like it's just, but I don't know, man. Like I say, man, the world can't continue to go on. Humanity can't continue to go on the way that it is. We have to. The world has to get back to more of a natural aligning and get more aligned with the universe. People have to be able to do and create, and be free will.
This
Well,
this this story is this news story is a deflection. This news story is like, if we really want to focus on the problems and really fix the problems of what's going on, this news story is not bringing that to light. Like it's not going in that direction. You know what I'm saying? It gives all the criminals a pass. You know, and we're talking about some kids who had some gummies at school. You know, let me read the caption. It says, first responders say multiple middle school students were treated for a possible cannabis overdose after reportedly ingesting edible marijuana projects. Authorities say the students ranged from 12 to 14 years old and were found to be in mild to moderate distress. Let me read a comment underneath it. It says, overdose. The overdose is the number of drug ads I had to watch while trying to get through your evening news. I have watched prescription drugs destroy my mom thanks to these ads. Goodbye, I'm done. So disgusted with Big Pharma owning journalism. The CBS Evening News, that's who posted this. So I bet, yeah, I bet they did
Oh,
have
you
to
said wait a
sit.
minute. You said CBS or CVS?
CBS Evening News. So it's CBS News. But it's a local somewhere. And what is this? California? I don't know where this is. Washington. One of them is in
No,
Washington.
no,
I don't,
it's okay. I was say
it's
because you
probably
said
local here. I don't know where it is. But that's beside the point. Freaking the story.
Van Nuys, California.
Okay, yeah. Let me read some more comments underneath. It says they were high as fuck. They will tell this story to their grandkids.
man, shut
Another
the fuck. Oh, my
another
bad.
comment. It says if they're talking, it's not an overdose. Another comment. It says you don't overdose on marijuana. You just get real effed up.
Man, no, that's hey. Well, I'm gonna tell you. Well, and like I said, I know my tolerance is way different than it was when I was young. But yeah, you can, and especially when, like, have you seen what happened to these people that be on those vape pens?
Yeah.
Like some of them be like sitting on the side of like leaning on the side. No, no, I don't know what the dude was on. I'm pretty sure it was like some vape pen or something like that. But they were on the subway, like trying to stay standing while they were, while the train was, going down the highway, going down the road or the tracks or whatever. It's just, it's especially now. It's synthesized. They got synthesized, like, because they made all of it stronger somehow. Like all of a sudden, everything is just some.
Those,
Huh?
those see like people that vape that CBD, those CBD vape pens or those THC vape pens, man, you got to be real. That's where the whole idea came about. Oh, vaping is horrible. Vaping is killing people. No, what was killing people is these assholes that's going out here getting these THC vape pens and vaping CBD. Well, THC oil is too thick to actually put in a vape, so they were having to loosen it up, thinning it out, and they were using vitamin E oil, which you inhale vitamin E oil, that shit coats your lungs, not allowing for you to get the right amount of oxygen that your body needs. Instead, your body is producing more carbon dioxide than what it can handle, and it's fucking killing them. So, like that whole THC vape pens and CBD, like, man, people that vape CBD, man, you got to be fucking careful with that shit, bro. You don't fuck around and go into cardiac arrest. You got to be real
Well,
careful because that shit is because it's too thick. Dude, look on the videos are all over YouTube. You can look at it's some science deal. Like that shit is too thick to actually go on a vape and be able to vape pure natural
no, no.
THC or CBD oil.
Listen.
So they're cutting it with vitamin E, and you can't inhale vitamin E.
Well, yeah. No. I have CBD because my naturopathic doctor told me that the nicotine was poisoning my body. I had to give it up and go. I should go with CBD vape, and it's the same stuff that they have with regular vape. I hadn't seen any ingredients showing vitamin E, which some of them might, but you know it's the CBD is much better for you than the nicotine or like the THC. But like I said, you're pushing me to look at it a little further, because I just want to make sure, because this has actually helped me a whole lot more, and I think it's helping me with the same thing that nicotine has done, but it's a healthier way. But you also got to look at the fact that the tinctures, if you try to take a CBD tincture, which is meant for drops under your tongue, and try to put it in a vape, yeah, you probably will have problems, you know. But like I said, you kind of inspired me to kind of look a little further into it. But I've been having like it. I've gotten to the point where I don't even need the vapes as much as I used to.
Yeah, yeah, that's real good, man.
Let me
That's
read some
real
more
good.
comments under this. It says, those edibles are no joke, man. They probably ate a lot of it, and even a bite will do you in. They're young and didn't know any better. Another comment, it says, they was on a bad high, that's all. Another comment, OMG, please don't report this way. Legalization doesn't need any more stupid setbacks. Overdose, kids got stoned in school. This isn't the first, and it won't be the last time. Another comment, it says, they're fine, move on. Yeah, they really freaking that headline. All of the news is the clickbait headlines. Like it's it's the that's what they all are, and it'd be a big nothing burger a lot of times and wasting your time. And they made you click on it with this extra ass headline.
Well, you said it, wasting time. Like they needed to fill
Hey, what
the
was that
news.
that dude with the comments? It was his name was Devi Doc Weird.
That's what it was.
Doc Weird is my name. It has been since I was 16.
Oh, we have an
Let me see.
imposter.
Let me see which one was it. Fucking, I used to. Oh damn! I used to say the names of the comments, but it really just got silly over time, and like people be having really silly names sometimes, and it just I don't see it. Devil Doc Weird. That's the
Well,
one.
Yeah.
It's Devil Doc Weird.
well, look, don't forget about AI and these robots that come on and start commenting as if they're real people.
Or they stole your freaking thing and
I can honestly say that in 20 years of the internet, I've never seen anyone with Doc Weird. And my original Twitter handle was @Doc. I got it that early, and they hacked it from me because I got offered 20,000 for it from a real doctor who wanted it. And then I got Doc Weird, and then I called somebody.
Did you get the 20 grand?
No, because I couldn't get control of the account back.
Oh damn!
Because they
And then
hacked it.
someone took my Yug account too, which is my other name.
Why the fuck is that truck still? Sorry.
Yeah, I'm probably gonna have to wrap it. Y'all have any comments on the self-medicated and our sick, like the idea of society being sick, like physically and mentally, and
Um.
and and spiritually?
Well,
The
one thing that I
Balenciaga.
one
Go
thing
ahead.
that I did want to say is that the future is made up for the fittest. Uh, you know what they call it, the fittest. What they call what's the terminology? How they said? I
Sur-
had it. Yeah, the
survival of the fit. But
Yeah,
you
the
know
safari.
what? You kill me whenever you use these terms because you be talking bad about Darwin. That's a Darwin term.
Well, I'm gonna just say because well, maybe he got some stuff right. I'm gonna go with Kanye. You can't say that they did everything bad, you know. But I mean, honestly, I mean the reason why the reason why I'm saying the reason why I'm saying this is that you know we got to take more account for ourselves, and you know when we're allowing people to decide for us to guide us right down a road that is not the best for us, and survival of the fittest is physical strength, but it's also mental strength. We got to exercise that. So regardless of what's going on in society, we come together to where we can help each other with with whatever mental health issues we might be having, because we all suffer from it. I mean, if we're not somewhat crazy in this society, like, you're sicker than you even think. You know what I'm saying? So we all are affected by these mental health, and probably, and to some extent, whether it's TV, whether it's movies, whether it's drugs, alcohol, or whatever, we're using something to cope with all these different things that's going on. So we need to work on ourselves and work with each other to help us each other, to get through a lot of this BS. But I guess we have to have that common goal of where the change really works, where what we're working for is gonna actually be beneficial to the whole. But maybe I could have said all of this without the Darwinism, but like I said, I mean, that's one thing that I think that it is very much true. Like, in order to make it to the other side, like, you're gonna have to beat all odds. You're gonna have to be stronger than many others to make it through.
Did y'all see this? It says 10-year-old boy shoots and kills his mother for not buying him a virtual reality headset. A 10-year-old boy who shot and killed his 44-year-old mother last week in Milwaukee is being charged with first-degree homicide as an adult. According to criminal complaint, the boy was allegedly mad at his mom for waking him up early and not letting him have something on Amazon.
Wow.
That's crazy.
The complaint says the woman was shot in the head and her 10-year-old son did it. Investigators say the boy told them his mother walked in front of him when he tried to shoot the wall to scare her. The complaint goes on to say after shooting his mother, he put the gun in the living room closet, then telling his older sister their mom is dead. The alleged reason why is on page 3 of this complaint and states he admitted that his mother would not allow him to have something from Amazon that he wanted to have. The complaint goes on to state the boy wanted a virtual reality headset, which he bought the day after his mother's death. The complaint says he apologized to his grandma for killing his mom, then asked if his Amazon package arrived. Criminal complaint shows the boy's sister told detectives he had rage issues all his life and becomes very angry and acts out. 44-year-old woman dead. This criminal complaint says the woman was shot in the head and her 10-year-old son did it.
Where did he get the gun from? Whose gun was it?
Man, he in Wisconsin, bro. Everybody got guns.
The gun
Nah,
wasn't locked up.
that's an answer for Texas. Wisconsin.
Yeah, no, Wisconsin is the same way. Wisconsin, and you can't. Wisconsin is a state where they do. You got to think they got all of the seasons. They do every deer hunt there is, from bow to gun to the other way that they use to hunt. Yeah,
Dude,
Wisconsin is a.
their sports fans wear big blocks of cheese on their head. You don't know what's up there.
They need to have their guns locked up. What kind of gun was it? Did he's 10 years old? I mean, maybe it was a hunting gun. I mean, where was it at? Should it have been locked up? Where was the bullets? Did you store it, load it? I mean, I
I
don't
don't think
see.
she's going to get. I don't think she's going to get convicted of negligence.
She
Man,
did.
stop it. Stop it.
Freaking so
You
but
and Chaka
think
Chaka
about it.
actually answered you.
But think about it. Your kid, how the hell how would I let my kid like get to a gun and then shoot me? Like I, I don't know
Well,
how I
well,
could let that series of
because
events come
no,
about.
because
You
bro,
got to sleep
because
10
sometime.
years
because she didn't.
old.
No, because she doesn't think that it's that serious. And he said he always rages out. So okay, he's angry. All right, just let him do what he do. It'll be he'll calm down in a minute.
Let them play
And
with guns. Let them play
Don't
with the
keep.
gun.
You
you
don't
say
keep a
let
loaded firearm in the house with someone with anger issues. Period. Even if they're your own, especially if they're your own.
Exactly. And even if he's not, even if he doesn't have anger issues, he's 10 years old. He's not going to be making good decisions. If, he's got access to a gun, he might shoot her just for fun, just a joke, a
Have a
prank,
trigger
a
lock on it.
freaking TikTok video. What do you say, Doc? I'm sorry, I missed.
I said, or keep a damn trigger lock on it.
Yeah, I'm telling you, it needs to be. And what if about intruder? Oh, who else? Somebody else come. The gun obviously wasn't secure. Somebody come, they shoot you, they kill you, you dead. You're gonna let somebody else get to the gun and kill you before you know what I'm saying. How do you let this happen? How does that happen?
Well, I think it's probably like much simpler like than you think. Like I don't like the kid if he's a hunter, like we're assuming that he may be a hunter. I mean, everything is right there, and nobody thinks that it needs to be hidden. I mean, that's just the perception most people are gonna have. You don't think that this kid is about to freak out and do some stupid shit because of a virtual reality headset. You know what I'm saying?
And I
Like,
feel you on that because my people from the country. So and then if there's hunting happening, there's hunting guns around. They're just
bro,
around everywhere. They're hanging
yeah,
on
I
the
mean,
wall. They're
because I
everywhere.
mean, yeah, I mean, I don't know if to say that okay, this generation is that much worse or whatever, because the possibility has always been there, but you know, just the idea that uh, some damn armadillos or something might be running through the garden. Shit, anybody can go grab the shotgun or the a rifle and go and you know put a bullet in the armadillo or whatever it is that's going through the garden. So it's just like it's just
Yeah. Let
you
me read the
know
comments. This one it says crazy thing. His mom probably had it for Christmas. Phew. Another comment it says daily reminder to hit your kids harder.
what?
Another comment it says he gonna regret killing his mama. He out of line. Another comment. Y'all saying all this other shit, but if Lil Bro had a good male figure in his life, shit would be different. I think we
What?
don't know that, but I
It's a
could.
great possibility
Yeah,
that is true because a little boy growing up, and if it's just his mama and his sister, and he's around all that estrogen, all of that emotional, like, because I mean, you have higher, less emotional control, especially as a boy, like that's can become outrageous. Women, that's a part of their nature, but for a
Not to
boy,
not to
they,
mention using that monthly time as an excuse to be just psychotic sometimes. I'm not saying they did, but not saying all do, but I've known quite a few women that are like,
well,
hey,
well
I just need time of the month, fuck
these
you,
kids
whatever, whatever.
these kids are wily too, though. The girls and the boys. Like this generation
well,
scares me. They're
well,
scary.
but you know what? Because see, I mean, we have to go back to the people who's raising these people, our generation. is who's not spending. A lot of us that didn't, we feel like, oh well, we didn't get our pay. Our dad wasn't there. He's got a better. He's got it better because at least I'll come around. But if you're not talking to them and giving them the mind to work through a lot of the things that's much tougher for them than it was for us, like if you're not purposely, because like I said, if you're not raising children with a purpose, what the hell you here for? You know what I'm saying? Like, you gotta be able to give that time. And everybody, like, too many people trying to medicate, self-medicate. And like, their problem is bigger, but like, then what's happening right in front of them, their children are suffering because you know
I
they
mean,
can't they
I
can't spend
hear
the
that.
time.
I hear that, man. I hear that, and we say that all the time. I'm guilty of it too. Maybe if he had a male role model in the house, not just his mom and his sister and this and this and that, you know what I'm saying? But at the end of the day, bro, we got to big up the moms too, because there's several young men that turn out to be exceptional young men that was
What
raised by a mother and a grandmother, or a mother and an older sister.
what
I mean, I
I
understand what they
agree.
saying. I
Yes.
get where they coming from, but it's like, we can't continue to push that narrative. That's just like when a rapper dies, we can't continue to say we got to stop black on black violence.
No, no, no.
That's
See,
not black on black violence,
and I'm not trying to perpetuate the fact that because I know many myself. Like, I mean, I was raised mainly by my mother. I did have other male influences throughout my life. That was outside of my dad, and of course, when I got older, that did involve my dad. But what I'm saying is, like, if you don't, if that child does not have the right temperament, because
Yeah.
I think that's one of the biggest differences that we have to really talk about, because there's some kids that just got a mild manner, and some that's much
Yeah.
are wild, is a mild or wild. So
Yeah.
the wild one, they need way more attention, because you know emotionally, if they're not
Morning.
emotionally mature, they're going to tear shit up. And the worse is, the older they get, the worse it'll be.
Yeah.
So just imagine. I mean, but I mean, if he makes it, he's at 10 years old, and he's end up supposedly accidentally killing his mom. I mean, but it's still based on negligence, right? Ignorance. I
Hmm.
mean,
Yeah.
and
I
I
mean, that's true.
These kids are scary to
You
me,
know,
though.
but,
and
but you
I'm a
gotta
man.
check.
I don't want the narrative that men are not doing their job. But
Yeah.
I think that there are still situations where we have to be more responsible in our children's lives. Like, I'm a truck driver. I'm gone most of the time, but I talk to my son every day.
Yeah. Yeah. But you have to check those behaviors, man. You know what I'm saying? As a parent, you got to know your child. You have to check those behaviors. I don't necessarily talk to my kids every day. My son is not really at that age where he's on the
Yeah,
cell phone and things of that nature like that.
yeah.
But he there's also that level of respect, and he know if he gets his ass in trouble, and my wife, yeah, his mama say, hey, I'm letting your daddy know what you did, bruh. He, you know what I'm saying? It's
Yeah.
just he has that level of respect, that fear, because
It makes a
I'm not,
difference.
yeah, I'm not gonna lie, cause when I'm at home, certain things that she may have to tell him twice to do, or 3 or 4 times to do, I tell his ass one time. You
Yeah.
know what I'm saying? And he know I mean business, but
Well,
like I say, at the end of the day, it's just about checking those behaviors. Like, I'm gonna love you and be kind. I'm not gonna whoop your ass for everything, but I'm gonna check you. You know what I'm
well,
saying? And I talk to my son real. People be telling me, man, you shouldn't say the N word to, like, if he getting out of line, I get on his ass. Like,
nah. you're not protecting them by not cursing or even trying to hold them to a standard of not cursing, because the world is not that. But my whole thing, say you better be respectful around adults, but you around your friends, you cuss, that's on y'all, whatever. But my thing is that they need to have a threat to some extent, because I don't necessarily believe in corporal punishment like whooping ass, but I think that you have to at least threaten them with it. And if you threaten them with it, you got to be willing to go through with whooping that ass at least once or twice, and that may happen a few times at different stages of life because they forgot what their last ass whooping was like. But you know, I think that boys have to be raised differently than girls. You know, you just have to, like, if we're looking for them to be the protectors and be able to discern, and like, they can't be overly emotional. That shit's got to be checked. You know what I'm saying? Like, it just has to be. You can't have them going around with male physical abilities and a female mindset on having temper tantrums and all this and that. You know what I'm saying? The police are not going to deal with him the same way as they will with a female.
I don't think that either gender should be having, emotional,
What
overly emotional
what I
reactions.
True. I mean, I'm with you on that. I'm mainly speaking on this the boy, but no, I mean, we all need to have emotional intelligence, where we have control over what we're doing. But we're saying, like, this is a major problem for boys, because if you get too erratic and you just thinking that you can say and do whatever, can end your life. You
Yeah.
know.
That can happen for females. Let me read these comments right quick. It says, "These new generation of kids are truly misguided, but taking that anger and passionately killing his mother is beyond me. His very
Miss.
own life is done before he knew it." Mm.
Well, yeah, and they saying misguided, unguided, because I mean, a lot of times, I mean, like, if you really think about it, I mean, a lot of kids, little boys, they push to the TV, video games, and because mama and daddy too damn busy, and you can't allow something or someone or something else to raise your kid and expect that it's just gonna be all right. It takes actual focus and a plan, an agenda. You
Yeah,
know what I'm saying? Like,
let me read a couple more. It says, "Get these kids some help. It starts younger than this, as we can see." Another comment, it says, "Let's make this a point in prayer when we ask God for children. This is terrible." Another comment, it says, "You still living for these kids, huh?"
wow,
Man,
that's
we
That was
gotta also, it goes back to like what we was discussing earlier and what we were saying earlier, and how y'all broke down the mental health. you know that shit starts in these kids too. And we need to pay attention to those signs. Because you could very well be a child brought up in a nuclear household, nuclear family,
hmm
and turn out to be, you know this habitual criminal. You know
Jeffrey
what
yeah.
I'm saying?
Dahmer. Jeffrey Dahmer was in a household with
But he was
his
in a
mother, his
fucked up household. Jeffrey Dahmer
was
was
it?
in a very fucked up household. Yeah, very
Oh,
fucked up.
okay.
His mom was deemed to be crazy by his dad, because his dad was doing fucked up shit, and his dad was teaching him how to kill and dissect animals at an early age. So yeah, yeah, he grew up with some mental shit that affected him in his adult life,
Well,
that
yeah,
caused a lot of his
that's no doubt.
issues.
That's no doubt. I mean, something happened, but you know, the main point was that he grew up in a household with a mother and a father. You know,
Yeah,
Let me read this comment right here. It says, I said in a comment about something similar, beat they butt, and was flagged for promoting hate. No, that's love because everyone needs healthy fear. Example, if a child doesn't fear their electric socket, then if the child touch it, what will happen? It will not be a Dragon Ball Z.
Great point, and that's the point I'm saying. Like, I mean, you got to raise a kid. If you just tell them that, hey, everything, you know, life is just life. You live it and enjoy it and have fun and do whatever you please with no consequences. Like, you're gonna see more dead kids or more kids going to prison because of, them not having a clear sight of, you know, the possibilities of, what the wrongdoings can do to
What
them.
happened?
Yeah, like everybody has consequences, and the less that you express them to those kids to realize this is not what you want, then I mean they're not gonna realize it until not like this kid is in jail as an adult, a 10-year-old. And I mean, I just feel like that's neglect. I mean, personally, I feel that it's neglect on, the parents or, those around them. Shit.
Yeah, man. I'm gonna have to wrap it.
Yeah, it's time for me too, man.
It's almost 4 a.m.
What?
I'm
Oh my
I'm off tomorrow
goodness.
though.
Oh yeah. See, I feel like I just got played.
Yeah, he say he off. Say he off tomorrow. He gonna try to get some poom poom to self medicate.
I probably definitely will be doing some self medicating, one way or another.
Shit, I wish I could self medicate. All I can do is get a hold of a bottle.
Yeah.
That's
I
just
don't
like
know,
them
but
CBD gummies, boy. I got my wife now some of them,
but but look, I'm gonna
and
tell you. You
I
know what? You
wish
know
I
what
could
helps?
do it.
You know what helps me more than anything is the my those breathing techniques, yoga, like the different breathing techniques. Man, bro, that shit helps so much, bro. I think that's my go-to drug. You know what I'm saying?
I love yoga. Yoga is really cool. If you go through the movements,
Yeah, well,
sun
I may
salutations.
not I may not do like the full move. I'm talking about like mostly the breathing exercises. Like there's different breathing exercises that you can do that will like almost immediately change your whole
Well, if you like
body.
the
Like
breathing, I'm telling you, if you like the breathing, go through the motions. I got some videos I can send you.
I want to, yeah, please do,
Because I
please
have
do.
I have some that I do every now and then. But it's like a
Oh,
workout though. It'll have you sweating and everything. It's cardio and everything.
oh
But
damn.
it
Well, I need that. I believe. Yeah, send it to me.
all right. I will.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right, man. I'm gonna have to wrap it, y'all. Thank y'all for joining. Peace and love. Thank y'all for listening. Everybody listening out there.
Yes,
Hopefully I get
sir.
some good clips out of this.
Peace
Yeah.
and love, man. Y'all take it easy.
Peace and love.
All right, man.
All
Peace.
right.